right, love.
I lost it, man. I forgot how to play the break. Here we go. Forget how to play it. It goes. Hello, everyone. Good morning. How are you? Should probably change the title up, huh? So what's the NASA Town Hall coverage? Last stream before Route 154. Hashtag pound sign as always. Alright, we'll be getting going here in a second. Last stream, I enjoyed my stay. Well, that's good. Man, this guitar sounds good. Love this thing. It's a great guitar. So, NASA is gonna do a town hall here in a second, but NASA Town Hall on human spaceflight. It's scheduled to start in 2 minutes and 25 seconds, but yeah, it's probably not happening. I'm gonna go ahead and guess 12:15. They're worse than me when it comes to punctuality. The guitar sounds good. Not sure about the person playing it. Oh, look, another EJ's a bad guitar player joke. Oh man, haven't heard those before. Yeah, you'd probably pee your pants if you tried to do it in front of this many people. Serious, it's fine. You'd probably be like, I think I peed a little. Oh God, I'm sorry. That's you. That's what you sound like. Are you taking the guitar or the automaton on the road? No. How about we go over here? The delay is hard. I gotta take the headphones off. It's waiting for NASA, Squish. No. Minus 4. How does the end go? Hey, here it is. Hey, they were actually remotely on time for a change. All right, let's see what we got. Let's see what bad news we got now. Shh, the movie's starting. Get the popcorn ready. Nah, hopefully it's something good. We'll see. Chopping for you guys, or is that just me? Here, let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of Staminky. Oh boy.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us for this NASA Town Hall. I am NASA astronaut Nicole Mann. We are here to discuss the exciting announcement NASA leadership made this morning. The changes announced this morning for NASA's human spaceflight programs will set the agency up for the next 20 years. On behalf of the Astronaut Office, we are excited to join you in this announcement. For me personally, this is a huge indication of the progress that we've made, not only with increased operations in low Earth orbit, but the development of our missions to the moon under the Artemis program. Now, I know we're all excited to hear guidance from our leadership, so without further ado, I'll turn it over to NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole. You're fantastic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
NASA turned science fiction into science fact. In science, in math, and technology. And thank you for your part.
Wait,
of
who's that
all
guy?
of this accomplishment.
Who's
and
this
what
guy?
we endeavor to do
I've
as
never seen
part
this
of
guy
the
before.
NASA family. Adventurers and explorers reach the heavens. Scientists, mathematicians, and technicians make a breakthrough discovery and discoveries.
It's Jim Free. I know who
Technological advancements. The NASA family helps humanity every day. In 2010, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson and I, along with the Obama-Biden White House, we chartered a new path for NASA. It was a dual-track approach.
That's what you called that, huh?
NASA would buy services in low Earth orbit from commercial companies and set NASA's eyes on exploration farther out into the cosmos.
Oh, no.
And since then, we've seen unprecedented investment in the low Earth orbit economy. A decade ago, the commercial crew and cargo programs seemed so far off, but the proof's in the pudding. Just last week, we saw the launch of the first all-private mission to space, and not to mention the incredible achievements that teams across NASA have made on our exploration. Crew and cargo programs seem so far off, but the proof's in the pudding.
Still skipping.
Just last week, we saw the launch of the first all-private mission to space, and not to mention the incredible achievements that teams across NASA have made on our exploration plans, on SLS, Orion, and the exploration systems.
Hey, Bill's speaking at a normal pace.
Nearly ready for launch. Teams have been working overtime at Kennedy to ensure that mission success. And all this growth has led our human operations and exploration mission to grow substantially. our human spaceflight programs in low Earth orbit and development programs for deep space exploration. All of this
Back to
counts
slow-mo.
for nearly half of NASA's entire budget. And so we've gathered here today to announce a modification. Going forward, we will reorganize the agency's human spaceflight programs into two separate mission directorates. Effective immediately, we are working to create the Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate. I'll shorten that, Exploration Missions Directorate, and the Space Operations Mission Directorate. Space Ops will carry out space exploration, research technology, demonstrations of that technology, space economy development, and international cooperation. Exploration Systems Development will focus on what comes next. Both mission directorates are engineering the future of our Moon to Mars exploration approach from different ends of the spaceflight continuum. This reorganization is about the future of space exploration. It's about setting up NASA for success. Creating two separate mission directorates ensures these critical areas have focused oversight. Both teams will support and execute for mission success. And I have great confidence in Kathy Leaders and Jim Free. They are the right people to lead these new mission directorates. But today is more than an organizational change. It's setting the stage for the next 20 years. It's defining NASA's future in a growing space economy. It's maintaining leadership in space, that it's a top priority for our agency and indeed for our country. This is how we lead. We evolve by how we work. We carry out our missions here on Earth, in low Earth orbit, at the Moon, at Mars, and beyond. Today, NASA is the world's premier space agency. There's no doubt about it. Let us strengthen it.
Let us
ensure the next generation of trailblazers and pioneers inherit this agency with brimming optimism. The future is there. It's for us to grasp. Onward and upward. And I thank you for joining us in this town hall meeting. I want to hand it over to a great Deputy Administrator, Shuttle Commander Pam Melroy.
Thank you, sir. I want to underscore that this decision is a reflection of the incredible impact the NASA workforce has had over the past decade,
And they'll say squall.
as the administrator described.
I
NASA
want to
has
learn
been
how to speak that
wildly
language up
successful
there.
in stimulating a commercial space economy. And much like a company that's growing in budget, scope, and vision, we must adapt and restructure to facilitate and accommodate that growth. For decades, NASA had one human spaceflight program, the Space Shuttle. And we had two. We built the space station and handed over to that. Now we're developing a train of technological innovation that stretches all the way to Mars. We already have multiple projects underway that support Artemis, SLS, Orion, EGS, Gateway, next generation suits, and then the human lander system. And coming, we have more programs leading to a sustained presence on the Moon and Mars that will require development. The Exploration Systems Development Directorate will own that architecture for Moon to Mars and be responsible for the systems development portion of each capability of that architecture. Space operations will focus on the safe operation of our current LEO systems and future systems as they complete developmental test and evaluation. That includes completing commercial crew certification, the commercialization of LEO, supporting the eventual commercial follow-on to ISS, and of course, supporting exploration operations. The restructuring of NASA's Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate will help us safely and effectively manage this growth in scope. We have the opportunity to better align our organization structure with increasing activities in LEO and with our developmental exploration architecture, and ensure the workforce has a focused oversight team in place to execute for mission success. NASA has a history of setting ambitious goals and then accomplishing them, reflecting our nation's commitment to discovery and innovation. Putting humans on Mars for scientific exploration is that next big goal. This decision and reorganization will set us up for the next 20 years and beyond. In the past decade, we've seen what happens when NASA sets the vision for the future. We get incredible innovation, incredible gains for our nation's economy, and incredible success. This is what the future will look like. Commercial space stations in low Earth orbit, building on the world-class research and development legacy of the ISS. A sustainable infrastructure around and on the moon, where astronauts will carry out groundbreaking science that will enable us to live and work on another celestial body. Next generation suits, communications, power systems, a moon base camp, lunar rovers, and ultimately humans on a transport vehicle to Mars, where we can replicate those lunar capabilities for science. Humans will study the history of the red planet and take that next giant leap in uncovering the mysteries of the universe and our place within it. I want to thank you all for your incredible work here at NASA. And now we take the next step to set ourselves up for success over the next 2 decades. I know you'll all have a lot of questions about what this means for you, but now I'd like to hand it over to our wonderful Associate Administrator, Bob Cabana.
Thank you, Pam. Thank you, Pam. And first off, I just got to say how honored I am to be part of this amazing team. You know, I'm proud of the work our human exploration team continues to deliver every day. From groundbreaking research aboard the International Space Station to test flights and crew rotation missions with the Commercial Crew Program, as well as the stacking and verification of the Artemis 1 systems in the Vehicle Assembly Building. I don't know how many of you saw that umbilical test Sunday. It was absolutely amazing.
No, we didn't see it because you didn't show it to us,
next
Dick.
time, those umbilicals release, and I can't wait to see it.
Oh, it really would have been nice to see that.
Voyage of SLS on
No,
Artemis
Bob's all
1.
right, but still.
And how about all the development of the new systems
Would've
that
been
will
nice
help
to
us
see.
sustainably return to the moon? Your commitment to our nation's space program is inspiring generations of future explorers. The changes that Pam outlined will allow us increased focus on our Moon to Mars exploration goals and the commercial space marketplace. Kathy and Jim are both leaders of the highest caliber, and I'm excited to have them taking us into the next era of space exploration. As some of you know, Jim spent many years supporting NASA programs across several NASA centers. He served as both the Deputy Director and Director of the Glenn Research Center, and after that is Deputy Associate Administrator Technical for Bill Gerstenmaier. More recently, Jim has served as a member of the NASA Advisory Council. He has excellent program and project management skills and offers both NASA and industry experience, which will prove valuable as he leads the development of numerous initiatives that will return us to the moon in a sustainable manner. Kathy continually exceeds all expectations, leading her diverse team in achieving program results with extraordinary outcomes. She played a critical role in developing and leading one of our commercial space initiatives for the last decade, establishing a commercial economy on ISS today, commercial cargo, and commercial crew. Absolutely amazing. Kathy's proven track record and her credibility with our aerospace
Jim, I
and
can't do
international
this. This
partners is critical to our success
Freaking cringe,
as she continues to lead our high-tempo space operations missions. Now, we're extremely fortunate to have these two distinguished leaders, both of whom who have received
You don't see the
numerous
stream
awards
skipping
and
every
recognitions,
15 seconds,
including the
Squall?
prestigious Presidential Rank Award.
It's
Lead
fucking,
our human
excuse my
space
language. It's
endeavors.
infuriating, dude. I can't.
And with that,
it's so
I'm going to
distracting.
turn it over to folks that you really want to hear from.
Dude.
So, Jim, I'm turning it over to you, and it is great to have you back on board.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to first start by thanking the administrator and Pam and Bob for the opportunity.
Like, I don't necessarily mind what
I'd
they're
like
saying,
to recognize
but-
Kathy for all she's done.
Like, I don't.
in her
This
time
is.
here.
I guess it's
in
okay,
Geo.
but I can. Dude, the
It
stream
has
skipping
truly
is pissing me
been
off.
amazing.
Like, I'm not gonna
Thank
lie
you
to
for
you.
that.
I can't do anything with this. can't fix
As
it.
all of you know, I'm sure there's a lot of questions. First, I want to make sure everyone knows we start with our Artemis missions that we have today. Artemis 1, Artemis 2 that are in the pipeline, Artemis 3 not far behind. That's our focus. That's our responsibility. So while we talk about developing things for the out years, our focus is near term and executing those missions. But at the same time, we now have the opportunity to continue refining and defining achievable long-term plans both for the lunar surface and for Mars. What we also have in the Exploration Systems Development Organization is an opportunity to take our approach to development a little bit
That's all
differently.
what you're saying, dude,
We can
but I'm
hand it
trying to
over
shut
to
up.
operations. We'll finish development, hand it over to operations. It doesn't mean it's operational, but once we hand it off, then we can move on to our next thing, our next development. But what's core to this, and having been at the agency and honestly found when I left the agency how much I missed the people. And it's all about the people and the people that make it work every day, both in our NASA workforce and in our contractor workforce. Those people, you, will all be involved, including our stakeholders. And also central to that are international commercial partners as well, that will remain a part of all future architecture that we develop. So again, I'd like to thank all of you for the opportunity, thank my family for allowing me to do this as well.
This is AIDS.
And let me turn it over to Kathy.
$22 billion, Tessa. $22 billion. Stream skips every 5
Wow,
seconds.
what an exciting time.
I'm so excited.
The other day, I think somebody said, this is going to be so great. You're the dynamic duo. So I don't know which one of us is Batman and which one's Robin. I have a feeling every once in a while we'll be switching back and forth. But what that does convey to everybody is we're a team. And it's going to take us together to go do all the things that Bill and Bob and Pam are giving us to go do and to go make it happen. Jim talked about the importance of keeping Artemis 1, 2, and 3 on track. This is also about keeping us flying every day, 365 days a year on station, and continue to expand that capability to do the most amazing things that we can do, and have us create a commercial LEO destination platform that we can continue to have and check out all the systems we're going to need to have to be and maintain a sustainable operations around the moon. So I can't tell Jim how excited I am to start seeing these things coming over. I can't tell you how excited I am to have a partner here. I keep thinking 2 heads are better than 1, and this is going to be a lot of fun. And as he and I have said, you know, we're here for our team. There will be a transition, and we know sometimes it'll be hard, but we're here for you. We want to hear from you, and we're going to be there for you to make us work through this transition and keep going on the tasks that Bob and Pam and Bill are giving us to go do. Thank you again.
Yeah, Jesus. I can do better than this, and I suck at doing production. Can we get my lighting right?
Thank you, Kathy, and to all of our leadership. Now we'll move on to the question and answer session. As a reminder, we've collected questions in advance from the workforce, so thank you to all who have submitted questions. And the first question is for Pam. While we've been preparing for this announcement, we know one of the top questions on everyone's mind is, why now? Reorganize HEO now.
So there's a lot of different reasons why the answer is now. I'll try
Jess,
to
I'll
pick
do it
the
myself.
ones that
This is
I think are
ridiculous.
most important. The last decade has seen extraordinary change and growth.
I'll tell you in a second, John.
Impact that NASA has had on commercial space has created new capabilities that we didn't even know we could rely on, but they're going to help us tremendously as we go out into the solar system. The other thing is there's been a lot of work put together to develop the capabilities that come with SLS, Orion, and EGS,
Spoon, this makes me
and
wanna
the
get
work
hit in
that
the
has
face with a
started for
4-iron,
the
like-
next sets of development.
Like club face, right?
This is exactly
right
the
here.
time for us to take a deep breath and say, wow, we have a chain of development programs, no longer just one monolithic program.
Okay. Okay.
To develop the capabilities that come with SLS, Orion, and EGS, and the work that has started for the next sets of development. This is exactly the time for us to take a deep breath and say, wow, we have a chain of development programs, no longer just one monolithic program. How are we going to manage this huge change in scope? As we prepare to fly Artemis 1, this is a really good time to take this step. I think we've learned a lot in the last decade, and the future is starting to emerge much more clearly. This is a change, I think, that's going to help us manage this growth and scope as we step forward with the first Artemis mission.
Thank you. And this next question is for Mr. Administrator. How will the agency ensure that moving forward, all parts of the agency's missions, including earth sciences and aeronautics research, do not get left by the wayside?
Because we're committed to NASA's total mission, National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Why in the world would you leave something behind, say, in science? Look how the American people have gotten so charged up as a result of perseverance, and now the little helicopter that's serving far beyond its design life, and now is a rover, a scout, instead of just being a technology demonstration. And I could go on and on. In 23, we have a system launched on a Falcon Heavy. It's called Viper. It's going to the South Pole. It's going to land by the edge of a big crater there, which we think has a lot of geological promise, and it's looking for water. Because where there's water, there's fuel. And that could well be a gas station for us in the future, for future missions, including the one to Mars. And that's another part of science. Don't forget the planetary science. Look what we are doing. We're going back after 30 years to Venus. Look what we're doing on December the 17th. We're launching a telescope that's going to be 1 million miles on the side of the Earth away from the sun, and it's going to look out into the heavens, not like Hubble, looking at the array of the sky. It's going to look through a keyhole, and it's going to peer back over 13 billion years of light. It's going to look back to the light at the time shortly after the Big Bang, at the formation of the first galaxies. And of course, I've only scratched the surface as to all the other programs. I mentioned aeronautics. Pam and I are going out and see this needle-nosed X-59 that's still at the Skunk Works that's going to open up commercial air travel where we can fly in half the time from distance A to distance B, and we can fly over populated areas because it's going to be a low sonic boom.
Do you guys want me to just repeat what they're saying? I'm dead serious. I'm just gonna pause the stream. Do you guys want me to repeat what they're saying and get rid of the sound? If you want me to, I'll just repeat it. Okay. No, please. All right. All right. I'll shut up then. Sorry about that.
Of the Apollo generation.
Sorry, yeah, I had to flip it back
We
on.
are
dude.
going to lift up the Artemis generation as we go back to the moon and we go on to Mars.
Wow, that's a lot. If it doesn't get you excited, I don't know what does. This next question is for
The room
Jim.
seems really
and it's got
excited,
a couple
Nicole.
of follow-on parts to it. What initiatives will we pursue to ensure that the Exploration Mission Directorate is on the cutting edge of technology development and helps NASA retain the identity as explorers? Will it support allowing civil servants to hold a percentage of their intellectual property on technology that they develop in order to retain high performers? Will it also support an alternative funding structure that allows some?
Okay, about day 2. Okay.
What?
No, so I think to the first question, it's staying connected to STMD. I think we have to do that, right? That's STMD's purpose, is to continue that pipeline of technology development. Certainly, we'll continue our development of how to help people live in space, how to make systems work better in space. That's ongoing today on ISS. So I think, to me, that's the pipeline that keeps it going. Of course, we'll, on our missions, continue to advance things. I think they'll fly in Artemis 1 that'll do that. As far as the employees keeping IP, and maybe this is my dated center director time here, the employees still have the opportunity to be on the patents, to get the royalties for the long haul. So that and again, day 2, I don't think that's changed, but that to me is their connectivity. And I don't know, Bob, you.
Test. I don't think it's fair to put all of that on Jim. And I just want to say, this is something that we're looking at, is how do we compensate our civil servants? What is the role of the civil servant in the future? How are we structured as we move into the future? And we're working on that actively to ensure that we retain the best people. And folks need to get credit for what they do. But this is something that we'll work through together. And we have an awesome human capital organization that will help us get to the right answer. But absolutely.
Thank you. And this next question is for Kathy. Kathy, what is the plan for a future NASA's presence in low Earth orbit?
So we're really trying to create opportunity. One of the things we're beginning to work on is, and actually got over 10 proposals for a new commercial LEO destination potential. What we've learned is after, obviously we're working on extending ISS to 2030. But really one of the primary reasons for the extension was to give us time to be able to work with companies to be able to establish a low Earth orbit destination that will enable us to continue to test the systems that Jim will be developing, so that we can, there's no other place that can do 365 days a year and then be able to take you from, this microgravity environment from a human perspective to a different gravity field here on Earth, and be able to really test those physical protocols that we'll need to develop to be able to go to Mars. And so, you know, one of our goals, and Pam talks about this, is to continue to let industry know here are the things we need so that they can be coming up with unique ways to be able to meet those needs, and at the same time furthering our goals for exploration. So I tell people we're
You'll let
looking
us
for
know
all
in a
of your
second,
ideas,
Cheese. Don't
and
worry.
not only
Don't
in
tweet
that
about it.
area, but in other areas. Help us come up with solutions to the problems that we have in low Earth orbit, because I do firmly believe if we come up with solutions there, it helps us as we're going and pursuing our lunar missions and then going out to Mars and wherever else Jim is going to take us. Thanks.
Thank you. And this next question goes back
there's
to Bob.
Dr. Z right
Jim
there.
mentioned
Thomas
STMD.
Arbuckle. He is
How
very
does
good.
STMD fit into this new organizational structure?
So we are not changing STMD. The work that Jim Reuter and his team are doing is outstanding, and we absolutely
split
need that as we
HEOMD
move
very
forward,
well.
integrated with exploration. And it's a feeder organization. STMD is going to continue on with the CLIPS missions. It's going to continue to help develop the technologies that we need to be successful as we go back to the moon in a sustainable way, as we learn what we need to learn on the lunar surface so
I'll
that we
break
can
it down in a
eventually go on to
second,
Mars. So, no impact to STMD at this time. We're going to continue to operate as a team. And, you know, I got to say, you know, going back to the administrator's earlier answer, I have never seen our agency working together so well, so integrated between all our mission directorates executing our mission. And we all feed into each other. The technologies that we're developing, what we need, it's not like science is going off on their own doing what they want. They're doing what they need to help us be successful with humans. Exploration is going to feed into operations. STMD feeds into you know, exploration and operations. So we're totally integrated as we move forward as one.
Thank you, sir. That's good to hear. This next question is for Jim and Kathy, and it has to do with EVA. EVA is comprised of a systems of people and hardware, much more than just the spacesuit. It integrates the human astronauts with other assets of human spaceflight systems.
Extravehicular
The EVA
activity.
system supports both ISS Space Ops and Artemis exploration missions. How will this reorg clarify the hierarchy and integration of EVA teams ranging from leadership to engineering and operations? Will the number of civil servants to charge their salary to problems or gap areas rather than specific projects in order to allow freedom of development and commercialization pursuits?
Go ahead, Kevin.
So I think what's really great, as you become and Jim will learn this, and he was a center director, is we got a great team at JSC working this, first of all. And Vanessa and her team and are working and laying out actually a plan to be able to support our strategies for the development of suits, not only for obviously the ISS and being able to, and I think one of the folks don't realize is getting a new suit on ISS actually helps us test out and get ready for a suit on the lunar surface. And so, you know, Jim's team obviously will be looking at the utility and requirement sets for a lunar suit, because you have to. It's so embedded in the architecture that you're developing. And obviously, we've been working with Vanessa and her EVA team at JSC to make sure that there's a continuum of that capability that allows us to test that capability on the ISS, provide utility with that suit on the ISS, and then move on to supporting the development activities, and comes back to the future sustaining operations on the moon. So Vanessa has laid out an integrated plan to support us, and I'm absolutely confident that that team will be ready to go execute on this very, very difficult mission and bring us and to be able to accomplish all the goals that we have going forward.
Okay. Thank you. There's a lot on in the future. Now let's talk about the deep future or the far future. Jim, this question is for you. We know what we are doing is leading up to the first human landing on Mars. But what comes after that and on Mars after humans have landed there?
Good question.
Okay, again, day two, but I guess what I'd say is you keep hearing the word integrated and the last question, for example, of the suits. Everything we're doing, and Kathy hit on it before, stuff we're doing today is buying down those long-term risks. So what we do after is all going to be built off of today. So how do we do the transportation to further out in space? How do we get out into the NRHO orbit? How do we
Like the
think
linear
about how we
halo
get to
orbit,
Mars?
where the gateway
Those
is.
kind of technologies are going to take us further. What do we learn when we're on the lunar surface? That's going to help us learn what we do when we're on Mars. And then all of that fed back with the human in the loop, right? Mark just got extended to a year, right? Everything we're learning from the 6 months missions to the 1 year missions are buying down the risks that the human research program has given us. So I think we have that groundwork tells us where we can go after Mars. But right now, honestly, we have the chance to set a defined, focused path to Mars. That's really what I want to do before we look too much further beyond it.
Let me just tell you, Thomas is always coming up with new places for us to follow. So we're looking for more places where bots first, boots next.
Okay, and Kathy, back to you for one final question. What becomes of the HEO Affordability Initiative with this new Mission Directorate reorganization?
Hey, Bob told us today, charge forward. I can't tell you. It becomes even more important for us to figure out how to move to sustainable and cost-effective and reliable, crew transportation for our exploration systems going forward, so we can free up development money for Jim to do the next step. We've got a lot of things. I can see he's got this list going on in his head right now, and it's going to be really, really important for us to get to a place where we have to provide reliable and safe crew transportation for exploration systems, but it's really, really critical for us to then be able to free up the resources for development.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add,
Stop, he's already
this
dead,
isn't
Yuki.
just a
Seriously, don't
HEO
make jokes like
initiative
that,
as
dude.
it started off.
This is tough for
This
me,
is
man.
a directive from the 9th floor that we have to find a way to become
relate
more
stuff, please.
cost-effective and efficient as we move forward with our Artemis architecture. And we had a telecon this morning. Both Jim and Kathy were in it. Jim, of course, has the initial
all good,
job
man.
of getting us success
This
on our
is
initial
very-
Artemis missions. But just as we have restructured contracts
There's
on
no-
the shuttle, on the International Space
I'm
Station,
picking up what you're laying down.
we have
There's
to
no-
move to a more sustainable model
Another
as
day.
we come out of the development phase. And Jim said it earlier, there's a difference between being operational and operations. It's never going to be truly operational is what we think about. You just get in and go, and you don't, you kick the tires and go. That's not going to ever be the case with the systems that we fly. They are going to require extreme diligence by the team, regardless of how the contract is structured, so that we ensure that we are doing things in the absolute safest way, that we understand the risk, and we're going to be constantly learning on every flight and making modifications just as we did throughout the shuttle program. But that doesn't mean we can't get to a more effective contract structure as we move forward.
Hey, Rocket, what's
Thank
going
you.
on?
And we have
GW.
time for just one final question. This is for the administrator and Pam. I was just, people were curious on what kind of timeline we can expect for organizational changes to cascade throughout NASA based on these new directives.
You're going to get a non-answer for this question.
Well, we are starting right now. And there will be an implementation over time, naturally. And we're going to feel that along as we
¿Cómo
go.
vos está?
But this new 2 directorate starts as of today.
So what we understand is, what we're hearing from CFO and Chico is 90 to 120 days is normal for an effort like this. I think it's just important to understand that we're not in a big rush to change things. We have a lot of really important things happening, and we have to keep our eye on the ball. And that's what we're asking you. Keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing really well. And it's very, very important that we take it one step at a time and we don't drop the ball anywhere along the way. So we will take all the time we need to make the transition happen smoothly and safely.
Thank you. And that will conclude our question and answer session. I'd like to thank the NASA workforce for all of your questions. Just know that there's going to be many more opportunities to discuss this with leadership in the next coming days, weeks, and even months. And for our speakers, are there any final thoughts that you would like to share with the workforce? And we'll start with Kathy.
I thought I had about 4 people's worth of comments to think of something. First, I want to thank the team that has supported me for the last 15 months. I really, really, really appreciate everybody. But I also want to just underscore that I'm really excited about working with Jim. And I know Jim and I will, be working with all of you and appreciate all your support as we're working through this. It is a very exciting time for us, and we're going to need lots of help along the way. Thank you.
It wasn't quite as easy last time. No, it's it is. I mentioned it's a great honor, Kathy, and I see our job is to communicate with you where we're at with the reorganization, what we're doing, what the timeline is. There are fixed things we have to go through. We'll work through those, but we'll communicate every step of the way. Pam said it. Stay focused on your jobs today, especially those folks working with the crew in orbit and those folks working on Artemis 1 as we push those real critical milestones.
I am just so excited about our future and the team that we have in place to make that future a reality. Jim said it earlier, coming back to NASA, it's all about the people. We have the most amazing workforce anywhere. I've had the privilege of working with some pretty amazing teams in the Marine Corps as a test pilot and here at NASA, but NASA's top. NASA's a step above everybody else. The quality of our workforce in what you accomplish on a day-to-day basis, it's phenomenal. And as I said earlier, I'm just so honored and proud to be part of this team. We are going to charge forward into the future. We are going to be successful, and it's going to be because of all of you. Thank you.
I'd just like to say that the question about the future and what happens after 2040 resonated with me because I'm spending a lot of my time thinking about that too. And in particular, we haven't talked about it today, but the massive existential threat that climate change offers us and the critical role that aeronautics is going to play in reducing emissions for the future to reach the targets for 2050. And in addition, our planetary science and our earth science, looking at the earth and understanding and providing the information that we need to make the decisions that are essential.
I thought this meeting was about human exploration.
That's a lot. We're talking about humanity going out into the solar system and saving the earth. And I couldn't be more proud of the team and to be here. And I want to thank you for the work that you're doing every day that's going to take us there.
It's a truth that if you really like and love what you're doing, it's not work. And I think that's very applicable to the people of NASA. And that's why we're such an amazing team, an amazing family. I want to thank you also because 90% of NASA civil servants are double vaccinated. And this plague of COVID that we've been through,
Oh boy, COVID stuff.
it has held us up.
Haven't had enough of that over the past year and a half.
It has
I'll tell you what,
caused-
here, please, give me more.
A financial, and it has caused a personal toll on some of our NASA family members. It has indeed caused the untimely death of a number of our NASA family members. So I want you all, please, to seriously consider, if you have not been vaccinated,
Oh,
do it for everybody else. Of course, you'll be doing it for yourself, but do it for NASA and do it for our country. And God bless you.
that was literally the worst.
NASA leadership will
NASA
discuss
town
this
hall I've
exciting
ever watched.
development for human
By a long
spaceflight with
shot.
members of the media today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. That teleconference will be streamed live, all to listen in. And thank you all for being here today. I am certainly excited and motivated for the future of human exploration. And I was going to say get back to work, but after the administrator pointed it out, let's all get back to doing what we love. Thank you.
Great job, Nicole. Great job.
All right, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. I don't know what to, guys. I don't know. Straight up, I don't know. I don't understand this move. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, so give me a second. How am I supposed to feel after that? I'm just bursting at the seams with excitement for human exploration. I can tell. I don't know how to feel about this. All right. Okay. No, Baz, I'm not going. No, dude, no, I'm not weighing in at all. I didn't. I don't. You know that scene in Hot Fuzz where. You know the very beginning of Hot Fuzz? You guys ever seen that movie? It's one of the Cornetto flicks by Nick Frost and Simon Pegg. You know in the very beginning where they're like, we're promoting you to sergeant in Sanford, Gloucestershire. That's all the way out in the country. Sergeant, I kind of like it here. And he gets really confused. He doesn't understand why that's happening. I have that vibe. I don't really understand this move. I'll be honest with you. I really don't get it. And I'm not saying that because that town hall was, I mean, excuse my candor, it was AIDS. Terrible. You couldn't do a sound check? Couldn't do a sound check. Nothing, just every 5 minutes? Nothing? This reorganization is happening because they're about to announce Artemis 1 major delays. You don't know that for sure, Havix. So, okay. All right, here's what's going on. All right, so let's just put the fact that town hall was terrible over here. Just the production was, just put that over there. Let's think about this for a second. So, long story short, NASA for the longest time has had two major mission directorates, okay? Well, it's technically three, but we'll go from there. So, the two biggest ones, all right, are the Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate, HEOMD, and the Science Mission Directorate, SMD. The Science Mission Directorate deals with planetary science, climate science, probes, reconnaissance orbiters, stuff like that. So that's Perseverance, Curiosity, Ingenuity, Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, all the deep space missions, the deep space unmanned missions, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, that's under Science Mission Directorate. All right. And then there's Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate, which is basically anything that has to do with putting people on a spacecraft. Anything that has to do with sending humans into low Earth orbit. So the ISS is under the HEOMD, the ISS program. Commercial crew, with Starliner and Dragon 2, that's under HEOMD. That is a directorate. That's a subset of the Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate. Exploration Ground Systems. So SLS, NASA EGS. I'm going to throw a lot of acronyms out here. If you need any definitions, you just tell me. NASA Exploration Ground Systems, basically the SLS program, is under HEOMD. Orion is under HEOMD. Gateway is HEOMD. Commercial resupply for the ISS, HEOMD. Commercial crew, etc., etc. I basically covered most of it. What NASA is essentially doing here is splitting the Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate between operational missions and development tasks. So, you have all those programs that I just mentioned. HEOMD is split into Human Exploration Operations and Space Technology Mission Directorate. All right? So, how would we split those programs up? So, SLS, Orion, any next step development stuff, HLS, that sounds like it's going under the Space Technology Mission Directorate, and stuff like commercial crew, commercial orbital transport services, which is commercial resupply. So like stuff where you actually do the flying into space, operations, that's the operations component of missions, is split. That makes no sense. Why the fuck would you do that? To be honest, that makes a lot of sense to you. Why? Sorry, give me 1 second. Give me one moment, fellas. My headphone is playing back a weird sound, like there's a weird background noise in the headset, but it's alright, don't worry about it. What is your opinion on the Space Force? I don't mind the Space Force. I think Space Force is a good idea. It's nothing we haven't done in the past for the past 40 years. It's just being expanded because more people are launching into space. Just like the Air Force, it was expanded off the Army Air Corps in the late 40s because air became an increase. More people were flying around, basically. That's fine. So they're splitting up technology development under... Y'all are taking this way too catastrophically. No, Brimo, it's not so much that I'm taking it catastrophically. I just don't understand. I don't understand why that's a good idea. I don't think that... I disagree. Now that I'm thinking about it, that's not a good idea. I don't think this is right. But you know what? Before I weigh in on it, never mind. Forget I said that. Before I weigh in on it, let's weigh it. Let's weigh the pros and cons here. So, here, look. Here's why I don't think this is a good idea, but if I don't think it's a good idea, let's try to prove that wrong, right? So, take a look. All right, this is a NASA chart right here. Okay, this shows how mission funding goes. This shows how mission funding goes through a program, right? So, My thing is, Bree, is NASA has a structuring program under their systems engineering that looks like this. Okay, you know what? I'll just find it. I'll just find it on the web. The systems engineering handbook is public resource here. Oh no, not Kindle. Web browser. Oh, for Pete's sake. I just want a goddamn PDF. Jesus Christ. All right, so that chart that I'm trying to show you in the systems engineering book. So basically, NASA uses a pipeline system that includes concept design, development, production testing, and operations. Essentially, for human exploration, they split this. They split this. So my real question there is how the heck... Okay, so you have a development cycle, right, where you literally are outsourcing one step to another mission directorate. Where do you define operational capability, and how do you define that? That's a really, I'm really wondering. When do you get to your operational readiness? When you get to your operational readiness review, do you just pawn off the program to HEOMD? I don't think splitting up NASA's development cycling program is a wise idea. I don't think that's right. But so what could be the benefits of doing this? If I'm updating a website, I need two teams, especially at a place that big. A team to work on the current website and a team to work on the new website. Okay. No, guys, don't say to hide the cost overruns or make... No, seriously, entertain the idea. If we truly think this is a bad idea, we should be able to prove why it's also a good idea at the same time. And we could weigh the best possible good idea scenario against the bad idea scenario and figure this out. All right? It's the same idea. Yeah, but that's a web page, though. That's a web page. Not even SpaceX splits their operations like that. SpaceX doesn't do that. A different team with its own motivations and budget, not weighed down by current problems. Okay. Context, I don't know. We'll never know the answer to that. Don't even speculate that. I don't think that's smart. Let's talk about operations. Here's why it could be a good idea. The team that's working on Falcon 9 missions isn't necessarily working on Starship. Okay. But the team that is working on Falcon 9 and any type of upgrades and testing for Falcon 9... Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I suppose Falcon 9 is being different than Starship. Yeah, okay, all right, I get you. We know that SpaceX actually crosses things. They cross-train people. We know that they do that. A lot of engineers that were working in Hawthorne just found themselves in Boca Chica living in an airstream down by the river. You think I'm kidding? This new group may have caught Starliner issues sooner. I think it's good to have a directorate focused on harder missions and one focused on maturing the next level of commercial instead of one just focusing on one or the other. All right, I'm interested. I'm actually interested to hear what Eric has to say about this. NASA's viewpoint is that it makes sense to have a development division and an operations division for human spaceflight. And now that over time the portfolio for human spaceflight operations will grow. Nevertheless, this is a significant diminution of duties for the current HFS leader. Yeah, they demoted Kathy, basically. Okay, so ops development split doesn't seem like a bad idea, I suppose. I get it. But see, Phil, that's what I'm wondering. So, Bree, okay, guys, hear me out. Hear me out. All right, just listen. This was already happening to an extent. Why the lateral shift? I won't understand. The reason is because Kathy was overseeing the whole thing, but Kathy Leader's running human exploration operations doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, there are programs, there are subdirectorates under the HEOMD, and some of them are for space technology development, like Next Step, and some of them are for operations, like Commercial Crew. Like, this is why I don't understand it, because they were basically doing this already. This is how this was working up until now. Like, if you're doing both of them is too much for one person, well, okay, all right. Yeah, Hellfish, I don't think that compartmentalizing the space program like that is smart. Separating it because now they're too big to handle together. So if it was already how things were working, why is it making it official a bad thing? Because it's not just a straight lateral shift. You're putting Technology Mission Directorate on the same footing as human exploration operations. Now, they could be doing that to get more funding. That's possible. That's entirely possible, and I'd understand that move.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Charadra. Cannonball! 52-month resub. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, they didn't separate Space Force from the Air Force. The Space Force still serves under the Department of the Air Force, like the Marine Corps serves under the Department of the Navy. It's kind of like a subset. It's a subset of it. And that's where I'm like, you didn't make a subset here. They're on equal footing, which I'm not really understanding. I don't understand that one. That's weird. Space Force still reports to the Air Force. Because they're under the Department of the Air Force. But it's a compartmentalized thing within a subset of the Department of the Air Force, which is strange. Well, that's not strange. I understand that one. This is basically the equivalent of saying that the Space Force and the Air Force are on equal footing and have equal say in the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Like, that's not exactly what's going on here, but that's basically it. Like, I'm not sure I understand that move. Hey, likes. My Twitch alerter isn't working. $36 months, and Taradra with a 52-monther in there. I don't know. Putting a greater focus on both development, dev, and implementation makes perfect sense. Both have different hurdles to overcome. I like that all the software people in this chat understand why this makes sense. I suppose. Here, Lex, let's see if
Discovery, go at throttle
I'm just
up.
going to ping you again. I didn't hear it. Okay. Dude, I'm hearing
Discovery, go at throttle up.
strange. It sounds like someone is taking a cordless drill in my headphones and going zzz, zzz, It sounds like the beginning of Pound Cake. It's so strange. Hey, all right, Chief. That's good to know. Yeah, they could use it to get more funding. That's right. I mean, and I suppose splitting development isn't too bad of an idea. Yeah, I mean, Ishigu, that's my one thing going for that argument. If you split it like that, you can get more funding. Depending on how you propose it, NASA can get more funding. For instance, if they split it for development, development is separate to human exploration operations, if you play that right, you could keep HEOMD's budget and then increase Space Technology Mission Directorate's budget at the same time, with an overall benefit to NASA. The one thing where I'm like, is compartmentalization like that. Is I suppose I don't know. Yeah, Ren, that makes sense. Yep. Could the speakers be going out? Yeah, I don't know. It means that if they reduce the funding for SLS, they could keep funding for other programs and vice versa. Yeah, Ishiku, I'm with you on that one. This is bad. Sounds like they're just going back to the way it was pre-2011 when Gerstenmaier headed Space Operations Mission Directorate and Doug Cook headed Exploration Systems Mission Directorate. They merged Gerst and took over the new HEOMD. So they basically undid what Jim did. Okay. The headphones giving you trouble? I know what's going on. It's the flanger on the amplifier. There we go. It's gone. I had the flanger going on the amplifier because I was playing the guitar at the beginning of the stream. It sounded like someone was going zzz, but it's the flanger. Good. I'm glad I got that figured out. This could also mean less money since they can't just not fund, one half of it. I have a question. If this was in place prior, would we be having the same HLS law issues holding things up that we currently are? I don't know. Guys, it sounds like, from a web development standpoint, that sounds right. But remember, we ain't talking about web development here. This is human exploration. And this is not, No, I can see that. I can see how that's a good idea, but I'll be honest, any biases aside towards Jim or anything like that, the fact that I couldn't, all right, and you tell me if this is weird or not, okay? The fact that I couldn't decide right off the bat whether this was a good or a bad idea is worrying me. Like, I knew that splitting Space Force was a good idea, or splitting the Space Force into its own thing. I knew that was a good idea. I knew that the Artemis program was a good idea. Commercial lunar payload services, good idea. I knew right off the bat that gateway logistics services was a good idea. This one is harder to say. You seem stressed. Velo, NASA announced a big restructuring to their human spaceflight program today, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. And the fact that I'm not sure how to feel about it right off the bat is troubling me. I'm usually pretty dang sure whether it's a good or a bad idea. The fact that I can't really tell is kind of worrying. It's because it isn't a yes or no thing. It's an organizational change, and you won't know until it's actually in place. The Vanguard, I can't help but think that. But, this sounds like a fix to an already ailing program, not to sound like Eric Berger, all right? This sounds like they're trying to salvage something. They're trying to fix something somewhere. Is development not going right? What are they trying to do? Like that, that's where I'm having a problem. Like, that's where I'm like, huh? Is there something wrong with the SLS program? Is there something wrong with the way we're doing that? And I know Space Twitter would be like, oh yeah, there's something really wrong with it. And I went through a slew of problems that I had with the SLS program yesterday, weighing pros and cons of the program, Regardless, I think the timing is wrong. They have so much going on. A reorganization probably doesn't help in the short term. Yeah. Keep it simple. Focus and funding can more easily be determined based on the needs of the time. Yeah, Forge, the fact that NASA's... So, Bree, I have a question, and I have a question for the web developers, okay? So I showed you guys that systems engineering thing. They essentially split this from the operational readiness review over here being under the Space Technology Mission Directorate. And then over here, the decommissioning disposal readiness review from the ORR to the DRR is under HEOMD. I am really confused how they're going to change the nomenclature there for what? Nah, I don't. No, this is. You're splitting the program. So, all right, my question is, well, I mean, and this would be harder for web people to figure out, I suppose. You have an operations team, you have an operations testing team, and you have your live team, right? If you're working on a web page or something or code, you always have people that oversee the live code, and then you have people that are pushing new versions of the code and testing it and then pushing that to live, right? ORR is basically where you hand off the system to the stakeholders. In this case, the stakeholders are a different directorate. So, Bree, I have a question. When you develop something, and you develop a web page, and answer me honestly, when you develop a new web page, and you spend all this time developing it, and you push it to live, do the live people ever give you crap about how you designed it? Honest question. Please answer legitimately. I'm just trying to factor something into my judgment here. Do you ever push a new page live and the operational team gives you crap? Like, oh, this is a bad way to do this. This is stupid. You shouldn't do this. You're really digging to find the negative. I can't say I've seen that take place, but I don't know, Spatuous. I'm not sure, so I'm digging on purpose to find answers. Don't get confused. I can't say that I've seen that take place, but I don't interact with the ops team that much. Yes, but usually means the requirements weren't fully fleshed out. As an operations person, I can say that you make fun of product people all the time. Not the operational team, they usually consulted in development. So if they're consulted in development, why would they be under a separate thing? See, how NASA's done it in the past is the people that have worked on the development end up pushing the program live because NASA has compartmentalized programs on purpose, and you're splitting that compartmentalization. I don't like that. I don't think that's a good idea. That's just more bureaucracy in a space program. So Kathy's jurisdiction basically got limited to low Earth orbit, and Jim Free controls the rest. This will cause a lot of divide in NASA. Yeah, see, Forge, I don't know, man. Like, basically, actively developing something is not the same as answering a question about how something should be developed. As a developer, having operations support allows me to specialize on development. Okay. All right, so that's the pros. But you're splitting a program. See, I don't like that they're splitting a program. I really don't like that. But I do like that if you split that up, people can focus more on subsets. And get stuff done quicker. But I'm focusing like, okay, so all right, for instance, because you split between Space Technology Mission Directorate and Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate, how does the funding work here? How do you fund this? I'm generally wondering, what's the plan here? Do you fund it? Do you fund STMD basically to the ORR and then switch that funding laterally to human exploration? I don't like how's that going to work? Because before this was all under one roof, and the people that worked on the project can work on it all the way to the end. No, the funding is separate. How's that going to work? All right, Anesthesia, you'll be following the journey. Thanks, man. It should be fun. I work in financial tech operations, and our developers are completely separated from us. If we have an issue with a page app program that's released, it's generally on us for not providing feedback and input as to what we wanted from the project. And Hibbit, I'm honest. Do you think that's a wise thing to do with human exploration operations? Honest question. Honest. Do you think that's a wise thing to do? Compartmentalizing it like that? Look at the graph. You give 80% of the funding to the development team. That's not necessarily true, How to Rock. By splitting the funding, they can greatly underfund Artemis and delay it a decade, making it someone else's problem. You do, yes, in theory, it should move quicker with faster development cycles. Okay? That's a plus. All right, I got that. And I agree with it. That's cool. We could get a more fleshed out version of SLS quicker. Good. I like that. So that lateral shift in funding is what I'm failing to understand, guys, because how NASA programs work is that if you're splitting, so before under HEOMD, a single programmer was responsible from the mission concept review all the way to the decommissioning review. And that money stayed under HEOMD. Now you have a system where HEOMD and Space Technology Mission Directorate will actively be lobbing funding back and forth between each other. Now, that could lead to faster development. That's true. However, the lack of communication and compartmentalization in the system like that could be good. I mean, it could be good for human spaceflight, but I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I know the software development industry is moving towards more a dev operations model, where one team owns both development and operations. This avoids sliding between two responsibilities and gets dev focused on making things work. Caslow, that's how NASA was doing it prior to this. That's what I think that's a better idea. But I'm trying to throw a monkey wrench in my idea. Why would the other way be better? You could get SLS built faster. Rapid prototyping with SLS, better upper stages quicker, better mobile launchers maybe. I'm in on that. Yeah, dude, I can get behind that. That's fine. I think this graph is too micro to what this change means. It's not like SLS is under exploration until it is flying, then handed over to operations. That's literally exactly what it is, Phil. That's exactly what they're doing. They literally just said that. It's Artemis under exploration until it becomes routine, like the ISS, and exploration moves to Mars. This is splitting of programs, not development. Hey, Taco, 23-month resub. They're going to have to separately fund development and operations. Yes, they'll lobby against each other, but that's where Bill, Pam, and Bob come in to oversee it. Really, I wasn't around for the whole thing. I just read about it. Sorry. So this is a bad idea. Well, I don't necessarily know, Phil. I'm entertaining all ideas, guys. I don't. What's bothering me is that I don't know whether this is a good idea or not. Usually, in the past, when NASA has announced or not announced things, I can instantly say whether that's a good or a bad idea. And I think I've been very good with that track record in that regard. I've been pretty damn good with saying what's not a good idea and what is a good idea. This one, I don't know. Don't know. So what happens when low Earth orbit wants more funding and Artemis wants more funding? The saying that low Earth orbit can take care of itself will start to appear, and NASA abandons low Earth orbit step by step. Good. I want them to, Forge. The hell with low Earth orbit. What a waste of time. The only thing we should be using low Earth orbit for, or NASA should be using low Earth orbit, is to build vehicles to go to Mars. What do you think about the timing? In what regard, Phil? So why not just wait until it all starts doing its thing and seeing what happens as a result before rendering a verdict? Because I'm literally going to be asked about this question pretty much every day for the next month, Siegel. Yeah. Yeah, that's why. I'm trying to come up with a good thesis here so I can explain it. Another thing to keep in mind is NASA wants to be a customer, not just a developer. Yeah, I disagree with that whole sentiment completely, How to Rock, but yeah, I get you. I disagree with that. In regards to the Artemis program, timing doesn't... Yeah, I don't know, Phil. Jim, what do you think? Like anything else, time will tell. I don't... See, that's the thing, man. I don't like that it... I don't like moves like this, where it's, oh, time will tell. Guys, time will tell if SRB blowby could cause a problem for the shuttle program. Time will tell if foam strikes on the orbiter's thermal protection system, you know, is an actual problem or not. I don't like this. I don't like it. But I'm trying to prove that wrong. I'm trying my best of my ability to throw a monkey wrench into why I don't like it. EJ just doesn't like change. Really, is it entirely possible in any way, shape, or form that I might know a little bit more about this than the average person? If I'm being honest, I personally think this is a good thing. I believe by splitting ops and devs into two roles, it will allow the devs team to quicker test, prototype, and deploy quicker, and the operations teams can focus on keeping their boys and girls in space. Okay? What happens when they vie for funding when NASA's budget gets dropped? What do we do? Honest question. So, which one do you choose when some idiot politician eventually comes along and says that, you know, we need to shift our national priority somewhere? What gets the axe? Human exploration ain't getting the axe, that's for sure. Did they do any testing or research into this new organizational structure? It sounds like they did a lot of corporate research. Boeing has an ops team and does operations on aircraft, but mostly they do development. Delta, for example, does mostly operations, but they are also involved in the development process. Yeah, I don't think in web development compartmentalizing that like that is probably a good idea. I'm not so sure for aerospace that is a wise thing to do, but I don't know. I guess time will tell. What happens now when the HUMD and science groups lobby for funding today? It's just more of the same. You're dividing and conquer. So now you guys are expecting a symbiotic relationship between HEOMD and STMD now and the Science Mission Directorate. That's not how that works. They vie for funding. This is something that Jim talked about a lot. How you need to, as a NASA administrator, your job is to not divide the programs. Your job is to make the programs have a symbiotic relationship. One program will depend on the other. So one person will fight for another person's funding so they can get funding for their program. You have to have NASA programs dependent on each other. That's how you ensure long-term sustainability. Why do they need to be in the space business when private enterprise will be the future? BJ, do you want corporations being the only one that have access to low Earth orbit or the moon? Do you think that's a good idea? Think about it. Do you think that's a good idea? Does this not make the op team dependent on dev and vice versa? I can't do ops for something that doesn't exist. You think that's a good idea? Okay, good. I'm pretty glad you're not in charge of NASA's spaceflight operations. Yeah, Brimo, that's a good point. That's a good point. It makes the ops team dependent on dev and vice versa. So why not just keep it as one thing? Once again, I'm just throwing monkey wrenches in my ideas and everybody else's. I'm trying to figure this out. Well, that was mean. I was just saying. Dude, I don't want a corporation, BJ, I don't want a corporation being the only one with access to the moon. You don't see how that could be a bad idea? A monopoly on going to the moon? That's not a good idea. I don't want that. Not even for SpaceX. And I love SpaceX. I still don't want that. Because splitting it up makes their goals more clear and defined. That's fair. Yeah, like I said, Bree, that seems to be an interesting point. It seems to be, I think that is I think that explains what's going on a little bit better. Actually, I have one more thing that it will actually, here, take a look. You know what? I think that's what they're trying to do. All right? I think they're splitting it because they're trying to get SLS a kick in the pants. I honestly think that's what's going on. It suddenly starts to make a little bit more sense when you read about Jim Free. Look at this guy. Here, Bree, listen to this. Jim Free serves as the director at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration John Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, Ohio. This position, which he assumed on January 4th, 2013, he is responsible for planning, organizing, and directing the activities required in accomplishing the missions assigned to the center. All right, so that's not what he's doing anymore. This is the part right here. You think you're sick today? All right. Take some vitamins, drink some orange juice, and get some chicken noodle soup. You'll feel like $1 million tomorrow. UH-60. Strange. Yeah, Black Hawk. I can tell because of the sound, the 4 rotors. Black Hawks have 4 rotors. Chinooks have 3. Most regular helicopters have 3. Chinooks have 3 on each rotor, I should clarify. Anyway. So check this out. Free has served in a number of other leadership positions, including Director of Spaceflight Systems at Glenn, where he was responsible of overseeing the management of Glenn's significant activities in the agency's Constellation, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, and Space Communications, Human Research, and Science programs. He held that position from 2009 to November 2010. He was also chief of Glenn's Orion Projects Office from February to September 2009, responsible for all Orion-related work at the center. From 2008 through 2009, Free served as the Orion Test and Verification Manager at Johnson Space Center. In his role, he was responsible for planning and executing all verification activities supporting development of NASA's next-generation human spaceflight vehicle. Free also served as the Orion Service Module Manager, overseeing the team designing the service module, which propels the Orion Crew Module. Those 2 paragraphs right there should tell you everything you need to know. He's a dev guy. And he's a dev guy from Constellation. They're probably coming down my way to Quonset. They have been active here for the past few days. Yep. BB's like, I've jumped out of a Chinook. That must have been fun. Ospreys, dude, the anesthesist, the Osprey has a sound like no other. It is the strangest noise I've ever heard from an aircraft. Maybe with the exception of the SB-1 Defiant. SB-1s are weird. The noise that thing makes sounds like a pissed off bee. But that's another story. Alright, so, Bree. Jim Free is a Constellation guy. He's a Constellation guy. So, guys, alright, so here's a pro. You know what? That could be a thing. It could be it. That could be. First and foremost, we don't know what's going to happen here. And I'm not too happy that I can't really say where this is a good idea or not. I can entertain positives and negatives, though. I think the negatives in the long term here is that you're compartmentalizing NASA's human spaceflight operations, and dividing and conquering it like that, so to speak, could spell doom for it. That's the con. The pro, though, I'm starting to see it. So what NASA essentially did was split their Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate into 2 components. Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate, HEOMD, is basically anything that had to do with putting a person in a spacecraft or sending a person into space was under that structure. What NASA just did was split operations into 2 groups. You still have Human Exploration Operations, which has to do with putting anybody into a spacecraft and launching them into space. On the other side of that, the split is Space Technology, the Space Technology Mission Directorate, STMD. With STMD, it has to do with the development of putting anybody in a spacecraft and launching them into space. They basically spun off NASA's development program for essentially SLS, Gateway, HLS, stuff like GLS, stuff like that. They basically spun it off into its own thing, which is very interesting. Now, the cons is, like I said, you could have 2 of those programs pitting at each other for funding. I'm also very curious as to how NASA is going to split the funding structure between 2 mission directorates, because flew by again. Because I'm wondering how NASA is going to split that funding structure, because normally development through operations is funded under 1 program. Now you're splitting development and operations into 2 programs. So how's that funding going to work? The idea, I suppose, is that you can compartmentalize it more, and you're able to spread more money over a bigger entity, and that can inadvertently lead to getting NASA more money. But also, the problem is that you get infighting at that point. You get different mission directorates vying for cash, just like what's happening right now. We watched the Senate Oversight Committee, which there was another one today during the town hall, might I add. We'll review that in a second. Where different congressmen and representatives are fighting over money to keep their NASA center open in their district. That's especially bad for people that have NASA programs in their district that the executive branch, which denotes NASA's policy, is not the focus, right? So when they were expanding the Artemis program like crazy, all the NASA centers that have science mission directorate programs when they did this in 2018, they were like, no, you got to keep funding this. You got to, no, you can't do, no. And that inadvertently creates infighting. All right. Jim tried to curb that as much as he could, but it's still a thing because, yeah. So that's the con. The con is that splitting HEOMD is divide and conquering, and you could have the different NASA divisions getting at each other for funding. Now, the pros, and hear me out. I'm just stringing this idea together. They're looking for you. You made the list. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's my worst fear. But yeah, okay. U.S. Court of Federal Claims Judge Hertling denies Blue Origin's motion to unseal the redacted HLS lawsuit. EJ, I'm worried for NASA. Maverick, hear me out. So you guys were saying there's a pro. There's a pro to splitting your development and your operations. I told you the con. Let's look at this. Let's look at this from an unbiased point of view, and let's figure this out. Listen. Splitting this, people were saying in chat, and this is right, I agree with this by and large, splitting the development and operations can make a more unified pipeline to get stuff done faster, right? Like people were saying, SpaceX does that. Starship development operations are totally separated from Falcon 9 operations for the most part, but there is some cross-pollination here and there. People that work on Falcon 9, when Starship needs a lot of workers, he can move them, and workers can go work at Boca Chica, or Elon says, come work at Boca Chica, I'll pay you more, etc., and then they go back to doing their thing when that work is pushed through, okay? So, compartmentalization like that can lead to faster iterative testing and faster development. Now, here's the plus on top of that. You have this guy, Jim Free, that guy right there, Constellation guy. You're bringing in a guy that oversaw Orion spacecraft development on the Constellation program. He worked on Glenn's activities with the shuttle program, space station, space communications, so TDRS, not deep space, just space communications, so tracking data and relay system, human research and science programs. He's worked on a bunch of different things, and he was the Orion test and verification manager at Johnson Space Center. This guy's a lot of experience developing spacecraft, and he's a Constellation guy. With this split, we could be looking at a drastic expansion to the Artemis program. Meaning block buys, better upper stages, more unified architecture. It's possible. It's possible. That's the pro. NASA could be laying the groundwork to drastically expand their human explorations and development operations. Drastically expand it. Yeah, TJ. Yeah, they're dangling bits of Constellation in there. We could, but then again, remember who decides the funding. It's true. Did they sound positive that it would set up NASA for success over the next 20 years? Dead Crew, that's the thing that I can't get over. They didn't sound very happy about this. There wasn't a lot of enthusiasm there. Is that the vibe that I got, or am I letting the crappy webcast cloud my judgment? You guys tell me. I'm serious. I feel like the biggest benefit of splitting irrelevant operations will be to clarify the cost of the program better, so we don't get media acting like the latest program costs aren't, in a large part. Yeah, well, Red 8, they're just going to say whatever they want to say. Forget actually researching how NASA's cost structuring works. They just say whatever they want to say because they're idiots. It's not an exciting thing, to be honest. Organizational challenges never are. They don't really sound enthusiastic in general. I wouldn't worry about that specifically. Okay, let's face it. It's hard to get hype when Bill talks. He's not. Yeah. Yeah, Dead Crew. Look, I'm trying to get past that, and I'm trying to look at the meat and potatoes of what this means, and it's hard to do. Quick recap. NASA's splitting their Human Exploration Operations Mission Program biz. They're splitting it into Human Exploration Technology. So, like, NASA's splitting their Building and Developing Rockets program from their Human Spaceflight Operations program and spinning it off into its own separate mission directorate. So there's a dedicated mission directorate to developing in-house NASA vehicles, which that's a... Dude, you know what? When you say it like that, I don't mind that. That's not a bad way to do things. However... That's not a bad way to do it. All right, you sold me. That's fair. That's fair. I don't mind that. But when you're splitting operations, that could mean it's harder to fund programs, and more compartmentalization in NASA could lead to stagnation. It could. All right, doesn't mean that it will. It also could lead to a drastic expansion of the Artemis program. That seems like that's what they're laying the groundwork for. But I can't help but think in the back of my mind that they would be more hyped about a drastic expansion to the Artemis program. Has NASA been resistant to changes in the past? Because this is a total rework with development operations. It can be a real organizational shakeup. They might have some butthurt people, hence the long faces in the town hall. Hammernail's Jim went in there and changed a bunch of things. And you saw his town halls. People were so hype about his town halls. That and Jim actually had the damn press corps in the town hall, and he didn't take a bunch of pre-screened questions. I hate that crap. Taking pre-screened questions is like a FAQ on a website. It doesn't really answer your questions. It's the most general stuff, you know? I don't like that. I didn't like that part. One thing that I also didn't like is how, and once again, I'm not trying to call into question anyone's character, but they literally asked Jim Free about, you know, what does this mean for the program? And he says, oh, I don't know. It's my second day. He said that 2 times. What do you mean you don't know? You just got put in this position to fix this problem. What do you mean you don't know? You should know what your goals are, don't you think? That's why you were hired. Oh, well, we got to be careful. It's only my second day. Stop making excuses. Ugh. That ticked me off. I didn't like that. Have you ever been to the Space and Rocket Center in Alabama? I've never been, Dev, but I know about it, and I know some folks that work over there. Yeah, Dougie, it's not necessarily I don't know. That's just... Okay, once again, EJ could be reading too much into this. I understand. Telling me you don't know when you just got assigned as the Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems Development is very telling. That's very telling to me. But then again, people come in here and ask me questions about spaceflight, and sometimes I don't know the answer. I don't know. People ask, like, hey, how much does Super Heavy weigh 30 seconds after the engines have ignited? I don't know off the top of my head, and I'm not going to guess. But also at the same time, you know, if I was hired to be, say like a spaceflight news outfit hired me as the Starship consultant and analyst, right? I would literally review every single bit of information that I possibly could about Starship, and I would try to know everything about it before I even started working. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. You know, a guy coming in saying, oh, I don't know. What's your stated goal? I don't know. It's only my second day. What? That's very telling to me. And once again, I don't know. I worked at, guys, am I good at reading people? Yeah, kind of. Sometimes I'm too thick to freaking understand what's going on. I'm not going to lie to you. I miss social cues from time to time because my brain's freaking going a mile a minute with all this science stuff all the time. It never stops, you know? But dude, I have a better part of 10 years of retail experience under my head. I know how to read people and I know how to sell things. He did not sell me on that one. But then again, guy's an engineer, and engineers are not good at dealing with customers. We know that. Could just be trying to avoid upsetting people. Yeah, but if you're elected to a leadership, not elected, if you're appointed a leadership position, Vremo, you should lead. You should be strong in your convictions and strong in what you say. There's so much he is working with. I don't think that it's crazy that an engineer wants all the data before making a statement. Yeah, Snow, I hear you. I hear you on that one. That's fair. Totally fair. And once again, the guy's an engineer. He's a freaking big engineer. I have his bio up right now. He's a propulsion engineer and a systems engineer, and he served as a system engineer on several spacecraft. That's what NASA's thing says. He has a bachelor's degree in aeronautics from Miami University at Oxford, Ohio, and has a master's degree in space systems from Delft in the Netherlands. From Delft? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, but if you go in guns blazing, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm changing, you're trying to change something you don't even totally understand yet. So why was he appointed to that position if he totally doesn't understand it? The whole point of this was to Yeah, and no, I know that Delft's a good aerospace engineering university. Do you know what he worked on before he rejoined NASA? He's been running Glenn. He's been running Glenn basically since Constellation got canceled. He assumed that position on January the director of Glenn Research Center in Ohio. He assumed that position on January 2013, and before that, he served as Glenn's deputy director since November of 2010. Before that, he worked on Orion test and verification, and then before that, he worked on Glenn Research Center significant activities in Constellation, Space Shuttle, International Space Station, TDRS, human research and science programs. Delft is where I live. That's cool. Two years ago, my entire company shifted to agile to DevOps. A lot of people got moved around. A lot of people didn't want the change. A lot of people passed over for different roles. This is what I'm seeing with the NASA stuff. There's this whole first 90 days of leadership technique. The first 90 days, you should be learning how the organization works and why they do things the way that they want to do. Because only after that you really know what needs to be changed. It's fair. Primo, it kills me. It kills me to see NASA like a corporate entity. I'm not gonna lie to you. It freaking kills me. I die a little inside every time I hear it. Every time I see them act like that. I'm sorry. It's just, maybe we got spoiled by Jim. I hate hearing NASA talk like, they're a banking company or something. It kills me inside. It really does. Just, when Jim was in there, he was making shifts like this. And, I'll admit I didn't know if some of them were a good idea, some of them weren't a good idea. I'll give you an example. I don't think it was the wisest decision to field 2 HLS knowing you weren't going to get the funding. But the idea is that putting in the nomenclature to field 2 HLS and fielding 1 would cause one person to get pissed off and lobby the crap out of Congress to get more funding for NASA. I understand the play, but that's a ballsy frigging move. But then again, I guess being in NASA favors the bold, or running NASA favors the bold, I suppose. But it just kills me. It kills me to hear a NASA town hall sound like a Monday morning meeting at a freaking banking company. It kills me. It's not about being corporate, it's about being a large organization. This is the sort of organizational change that should be done months ago. Brimo, it's not... That confidence that I'm expecting is not about saying you guys are doing it wrong, etc., etc. It's about having conviction about what you need to do. That doesn't necessarily mean that you shouldn't sit there and understand how the program works before you go and make a change. We're not talking about the same thing, okay? You were hired in this position and you have a stated goal. You should have confidence in that goal. If you don't have confidence, once again, it's my second day, I don't know. If you don't have confidence in that goal, how much confidence can your employees have that you're going to even bother? And once again, I'm not trying to I don't know anything about Jim Free. I didn't know about him until today. So, I don't know. I hope you're right. Let me put it that way. That's what Kathy did, and now she's out of the Artemis program. Hey, Crown, what's going on? It's very interesting. I'm really interested to hear what the press has, what the type of questions the press are going to ask. The press conference is in a half hour. Guys, I'm interested, and the reason why I'm interested is because I'm wondering about how the funding is going to work. You're splitting the dev cycle. You're splitting dev and operations between 2 mission directorates. How is the funding going to work? How are you gonna make that law? Will it be firm fixed price? Does human exploration operations carry the burden of a program if it goes over budget? When it transfers into operations, like how does that work? What if a program gets delayed? Who carries the budget? Who carries the budget load? I don't like that. I really don't think that's a good idea. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough about funding programs. I'd like to think that I do, but maybe I'll go read my manual again, see what it says. By the way, does Congress have to vote on this change? I guess not. No, I don't think so. All the reporters seem puzzled on Twitter. Phil, I'm with them. I'm with them on that one. I don't get it. This doesn't make any sense to do this right now. It doesn't. That's a strange thing to do right now. I don't understand. And that's literally after the press conference. That was the first thing that I said. I don't understand this move. It's very weird timing. Funding, man. No one who does it knows it. Yeah. I'd like to think that I successfully weighed pros and cons here, guys, right? But once again, I'll tell you, what's bothering me, and this is the thorn in my side, okay? What's bothering me here is that I didn't know right off the bat whether this was a good or a bad idea. That very rarely happens. It's a strange thing. And I'm glad that other reporters are like, huh? What? Why would you do that? Yeah, dude, it's very rare that I agree with Eric Berger about things. But I don't understand this move, and neither does he. He said it on Twitter. He says, I don't get it. It's very strange. That's a weird move. And I think that that's the first question that's going to get asked in the press conference. Why? Why would you do this? Because Hellfish, you got a point. Why would you split up the SLS program right now? Right when you're at a critical milestone to transfer into SLS operations. Answer my own question. Okay. Artemis 1's going to go off soon, and when it does, SLS is going to stop doing testing and start going into Artemis 2 and 3, which are operational missions. This was said an hour ago. All right, PY, and you said an hour ago, and I missed it. I'm sorry. Can't read every goddamn sentence. Two months, I mentioned operations earlier. Well, clearly it was mentioned before. Sorry, but clearly I was thinking about something else. Sorry, I can't read every goddamn sentence that you guys put in there. Vice Grip Garage needs a float adjuster. Flykin, does that have anything to do with what we're talking about, man? Don't apologize. I'm just curious. Sorry, I'm deep in thought about this right now. When I said throw a wrench into my thoughts, I didn't mean actually post a picture of a dang ratchet, okay? But SLS is still under development with Block 1B. Yeah, it's interesting. 2 months until the scheduled launch. No worries, you human. When we replace you with robots, things will be easier. Can I just become the robot? That whole human emotions thing, man. Oh, such a pain in the butt, dude. So annoying. Some days I just wake up and feel like trash. Like, oh, great, good. I wanted to feel like trash today. Thank you, body. Damn software up here. You gotta rewrite that stuff. But then again, there's the whole like, well, are you human if you don't have emotions in it? Yeah, I get it. That's a whole. Let's not go there. Become Vulcan. Emotions broke my life, so screw them. Yeah. Repost. The new directorate will define and manage systems development for programs critical to Artemis and plan for Moon to Mars exploration. And plan the Moon to Mars exploration approach in an integrated manner. It doesn't look like SLS Artemis is being split up in any way yet. Yeah, How to Rock. That once again, that was on the pro side of things. This could be laying the foundation for a drastic expansion of the SLS program. I'm good with that. Yeah, no, if that's the case, yeah, no, please do that. Jim should have done that, to be honest with you. Yep, that's a good idea. What time is the flight tomorrow, and what time you will go live? The flight is at 5:45 in the morning, and we should get there around 8. Let us find our footing and make sure everything goes well. I should theoretically sometime in the early afternoon, because I got to go to Hoonigan. I got to go make sure streaming is cool. I got to tell them what I'm doing. I got to make there's a lot of stuff to figure out. But once we get that all figured out, we should be able to stream like crazy. You all ready for the trip? No, Hammer Nails, but that's kind of the point. Who's ready to do something this crazy? You know what I mean? It's going to be nuts. It's going to be awesome. I think it's fun. I enjoy this. Creating 2 separate mission directorates will ensure these critical areas have focused oversight teams in place to support and execute for mission success. This approach, with 2 areas focused on human spaceflight development, allows one mission directorate to operate in space while the other builds future space systems. So there's a constant cycle of development operations to advance NASA's goals in space exploration. Yeah, see how to rock. I agree with that. That sounds right. So NASA has to change their entire cost structure for how programs are funded to do that, right? Guys, NASA has to change their entire cost structure in program funding. This whole thing in the systems exploration book, that graph that I was showing you, that need not apply here. You have to change the cost funding structure. How are you going to do that? I'm actually asking. Like, it's a tall drink of water right there. Will you be streaming fixing the truck too, or just the trip home? Oh, I'm streaming fixing it, Ender. Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna stream, dude. I'll give you guys an overview. That's probably the first thing I'm gonna do when we start streaming. I have not seen the truck, so we're going to turn on the stream, and the first thing that we'll do is give the thing a good once over. I'll look at everything. We'll go back to front on the entire thing, and we'll see what we need, and we make a list of what we need to replace, and go from there. That's what we're gonna do. We're basically, the first day tomorrow will basically be a recon mission, and if we have time, we'll start fixing things. Look at the long game. No, BJ, I get you. Yeah, I get you. Let me just read just to make sure. I speed read what you said. Let me see. Sped read. Look at the long game. NASA has always been science-based. On the basis that NASA has a tech development role for Moon to Mars exploration, ultimately Moon to Mars development has to be self-sustaining. Only businesses will take that risk, and only if they see the potential for profit. NASA then has a very limited role to play, except for further space exploration. Product development will be their primary focus, and the split will make it easier to fund. Yeah, BJ. Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be the case. It seems like NASA is taking a more SpaceX-oriented development role with their rocket production. It sounds like NASA's trying to switch from waterfall development to agile development, which, yeah, no, that's the pro. Hey, I've been calling for that for years. I've been saying that for the last decade, man. Is that good or bad? Hard to say. Personally, so once again, EJ doesn't like change. Personally, I'd rather have 2 spaceflight programs, SpaceX and NASA, and one of them demonstrating one type of engineering, waterfall development, which means slow and steady, and the other one doing very fast development, like what SpaceX does, very rapid prototyping. I'd rather have two sides of the same coin, because that is a very rare scenario where you can cover the entire engineering spectrum. And you have 2 redundant, dissimilar ways to get to the moon, and one of them is government and one of them is private. That will spur competition in the industry, because the government will always serve as the benchmark, like what the post office does. Why do you think FedEx exists? Why do we think UPS exists? Why do you think DHL exists? Every country has their own national mail system. Every single country. Why do that when FedEx is a thing? Well, the post office can offer services like what you were saying, BJ. The post office can offer services that FedEx and DHL can't. And they don't necessarily need to operate at a profit. You know, I hear people say, oh, the post office is a big time sink. It's a big waste of time. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yep, okay. How do you feel about NASA? You know, like, is NASA a waste of time too? Sometimes having services like that, despite them operating at a loss, is a good thing. The post office does way more than just deliver you damn mail. I've been saying it for 10 damn years. Ain't I been saying it, Miguel? Yeah, right. Yeah. So, hopefully, this leads to a rapid expansion of NASA's development programs, which means SLS happens a lot faster. And if they move up the timetable on SLS and the development, then I'll be pretty happy with this move. It'll be pretty good. But I'm telling you, I got a little bit of the fact that I couldn't say whether this was a good idea right off the bat or not. Yeah, I kind of went, uh-oh. And that town hall was terrible. Terrible. You can't, $22 billion budget, you can't test the damn equipment? Who the hell is the sound guy? Who's doing the production here? Seriously. Come on, guys. You don't have any playback? They don't have anybody at that's you know, working on the production of that town hall looking at YouTube chat or Twitch chat saying that this is horrible? Nobody. Nothing? Jim's streams never skipped. Sorry, it was my first day. Oh yeah, Hotbox? yeah, it was my sorry, first day. They need Jamie's help. Velo, I'll go in there and do a better job. And I suck at that stuff. I'm terrible at it. Why do you think I keep the stream so damn basic? Because I'm horrible at that. And I'm horrible at it. I can do a better job. Can't even get my damn lighting right. Like, took me freaking how long to get that correct? Right, Dayspring? Dude, it's cringe, man. And once again, whoa, hey, Caslow, I got your message. Sorry, that just popped through. Holy crap, dude. Congratulations. Kaz got a job, guys. Good job, man. That's so cool. All right. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. Hell yeah, man. That's amazing. That's so cool. Thanks, yo. What job? He got a job working for a company that conducts business. That's up to him to say. The job? Why would you want that? That's awesome, dude. Freaking congratulations. That's so cool. What job did he get? He got a good job. I should not say. That's the right answer, Kaz. It's up to you. It's not up to me to say. He got a job in his respective field, guys. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Sorry, I didn't mean to announce it on stream, but I read it midstream. I was like, that's amazing. That's really good, dude. Perseverance, dude. It pays off. Just be the steamroller. Doesn't go fast, but, you know, anything that it goes near, it flattens it, you know? Stop! You know? Good job, dude. That's amazing. For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. Good job. You know, it's easy to sit there and say that, you know, you want to keep working for it and keep working for it and keep working for it, but doing it, walking that path is a lot more difficult. Nail stripping is a good place to get your start. Yep. I should try moving to Toulouse. Do it, Alexis. What's stopping you? Telling me you can't afford a flat down there? I mean, it probably is expensive, but still. You'll find a way if that's what you want to do. See the new NASA administrator? Yep. NASA just posted a promotional video on YouTube. All right, well, let's take a look. Media teleconference, the future of NASA. I'm going to open that one up, and then we're going to go over here. Yeah, guys, once again, if they accelerate development, then I'll be pretty damn happy. The future of NASA. Let's see. Let's see what they say in this video. They're lifting the quick disconnect extension. Cool. Yeah, I think it's just a new intro. I like Jim's intro better. What? It had Kennedy's speech in it and stuff. That was so much cooler. come on. You can't say that it wasn't. Play it. I don't know where. I don't know what that. Hang on. Is it We Are NASA? We Are NASA. I think so. Here.
Ignition sequence start. All engines are running.
We have taken tremendous steps.
We choose to go to the moon before this decade is out.
We have achieved the earth-shaking, the breathtaking, the ground.
I think you have Bridenstine-shaped rose-colored glasses. He was the best NASA administrator since James Webb, Remo, and that's not even open for judgment. Even Eric Berger says that.
Breaking.
Don't get confused.
Left a mark in the heavens. Our successes build one upon another and amplify what is possible. The dawn of Orion. It's time we take the next great leap. We're building the next chapter of American exploration, returning to the moon to stay, so we can.
Yeah,
go
this
beyond
isn't the intro,
Mars.
but it's Mike Rowe did the VO for that video, which is pretty rad. I like Mike. He's a cool dude. Ow! That was my knee hitting the corner of my desk. So we'll wait on that teleconference here. We got another couple minutes. Thanks for being mean to you. How was I mean to you? Because I disagreed with what you had to say? Disagreeing with you is being mean now? I agree with you, TJ. I used to be a chatter like you, and then I took a desk to the knee. It wasn't what you said, it's how you said it. You do more than disagree? You think so? Guys, look. I'm stubborn. I'm a stubborn guy. I stay very strong and very straightforward in what I need to do in my stated
Discovery,
goals.
go at throttle up.
All right? I'm very, very, very adamant about that, all right? There's so much stuff that's trying to get in the way between me and goals, right? That's just life, and I understand that, right? I'm not saying you should ignore that other stuff, right? But, once again, that's me. I'm deeply skeptical anytime NASA changes the game plan like this, all right? You know, I'll admit, when they announced the Artemis program, they said they were going back to the moon in 2024. When they said that in 2018, I was pretty hype on it, all right? I didn't think that the deadlines were good enough in the first place, and I agreed with it a lot. I'll admit that I did not show the same type of skepticism for that because I thought that that's what NASA needed, and by and large, I think that was correct. The SLS program started to produce things. Things started to happen because we moved the deadlines up. Things started to happen faster, and they started to happen more efficiently. All right? So I don't think, not having that skepticism there was necessarily a bad thing. All right? However, despite moving the timelines up, the structuring for NASA didn't really change too much. It was more about changing certain processes and not overall processes. And that's what got us the SLS faster. Like Jim's decision to basically put the vehicle together on its side instead of putting it together vertically. That was a good idea. right? And that's the kind of stuff, that engineering and process optimization, that I don't mind changing all the time, okay? However, I get skeptical when you do overall changes like this. Jim started the Artemis program and he moved the deadlines up, but he didn't change the program. All he did was just move the deadlines up. He didn't change the structure much, well, too much, right? Not as drastic of a change as this. These drastic changes, coupled with the timing, is sounding off alarms, and that's not just me being stubborn, okay? This is a weird time to do this. But what time is the right time, right? I understand that. I get it. I just get really weirded out when I see crazy changes like this. Now, once again, should I have afforded the same skepticism to moving the lunar landing date up to 2024? Yeah, probably. But if you're willing, when Jim came in there and he didn't say, oh, it's my first day, he didn't say any of that crap. He said, we're going to go back to the moon in 2024. Here's how we're going to do it. Here's what we need to do. Right? He wasn't arrogant about it. He was very strong in the convictions, and he's strong in his convictions, and is strong and believed in the plan. That's why I was like, okay, we're good. I just didn't see that same type of enthusiasm here. And once again, I understand DevOps, blah, 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 blah. I get it. I get it. It's not a bad idea. I understand that. It's just, I don't know, man. Maybe we just got spoiled by Jim. I don't know. It doesn't. If this could potentially lead to all these things that everybody's saying, like we could, like we came to the conclusion that if it, it could lead to the SLS program. It could lead to an expanded SLS program. Maybe they'll put Omega on the books and we get Constellation back in some way, shape, or form. Maybe. Bill was a huge proponent of Constellation. So was Jim, to be honest with you, when he served in Congress, right? They actually agreed on things, and Bill and Jim are not ideologically aligned on that poli-sci scale, right? But they, space is the exception to that. So I don't know, maybe it will. I just didn't really pick up on much enthusiasm there, and I don't think that's me looking too much into it. They didn't look happy to do that. I don't know, Nighthound. That's the honest truth. I don't know. Usually I like strong men who come into the room and bang their fists and say good words with power words. I mean, I don't know if people are just going to give me crap about it, maybe I'll just shut up. What did they announce? They split NASA's Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate between spaceflight operations and and human exploration spaceflight development operations. So basically they compartmentalized SLS, Exploration Ground Systems, HLS, stuff like that. That's under a different program right now, and they basically demoted Kathy Leaders to just overseeing, for now, low Earth orbit spaceflight operations. So commercial crew, commercial resupply, and then when SLS, starts moving people, those missions too. But I don't know. Havocs, I think that's drawing too many conclusions, man. Spotulous, I care way too much about the space program, dude. Dude, I understand very well that you shouldn't let stuff like this bother you. But that's my superpower, and that's also a fatal flaw. It's a character flaw. I care way too much about it. I'm way too personally invested in it. But that personal investment is what makes me so good at what I do. And anytime I'm sorry, I got freaking, dude, I've been hurt before. I've been hurt before. That whole constellation thing, man. Really, 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 it's not good. It wasn't good for NASA. So anytime somebody, anytime I get even a semblance picking up on, oh, it's my first day, I don't know. Or, just the tone in the room. Anytime I get a sniff of freaking, NASA paying it forward. NASA trying to kick the can down the road. Anytime I see that lack of accountability, I get a little worried, and I did not see it today. I mean, once again, I get it. This is the last day before Route 154. Don't worry. I won't be whining about this through the entirety of Route 154. Don't worry. I can compartmentalize it and move on. EJ's a big boy. However, I don't know, man. I did not get a good vibe from that meeting. It did not make me feel any more or less confident in what NASA needs to do. So, I don't know. Route 154 would be good for me. Yeah, of course, man. Gotta get outside. Sure, I'm not worried about Route 154. I got no anxiety from that project. The only anxiety, I suppose, from Route 154 is the uncertainty. I don't know if the truck's going to break. But that's the fun, man. That's like playing mission mode in real life. It's fun. And hopefully it's really good content for people, I mean, hopefully, ideally it would be awesome if the truck makes it all the way across in one shot. That would be sick. That'd be really cool. It'd be a testament to that design. But who knows? You still got Constellation PTSD. Nighthound, the reason why I don't just jump on the SpaceX bandwagon is because we've been here before, all right? I remember what it was like when we had a national space program. And I'm not saying that we don't now. I remember what it was like going to these shuttle launches. Look, I've watched commercial crew launches. Those are awesome. They do not have the same vibe as NASA putting their own astronauts on their own rocket and launching it. A lot of folks here that are spaceflight fans have never experienced that. Seeing that go away and then simultaneously canceling its successor program at the same time, and even 10 years down the road, the commercial flights are amazing. What Dragon is doing is awesome. It's nothing short of miraculous that a private company can do that. And you guys know I'm all in on SpaceX. It's not the same. It's not the same. I'm telling you right now. It's not the same. And there's a lot of people here that weren't into space a decade ago because space wasn't cool to be into a decade ago. I get it. That's totally fine. But dude, I don't that amazingness, and maybe it's nostalgia, I don't freaking know. That amazingness has really not come back. And I'm worried that there are people that are never going to experience that if we keep changing what NASA's doing. We're changing things all the time. NASA can't commit on one goddamn thing. It's ridiculous. It's taken like 18 years to make James Webb or something. It's taken 15 to make SLS, and even then, that was based off of the Ares mission. And once again, don't sit here and be like, "Oh, EJ, that's not." I know the engineering involved. I understand. It just, being a spaceflight fan then sucked. It sucked. No, I don't want that. I don't want anybody to experience that. I want this generation to have an Apollo program, to have a defining moment in space where we go back to the moon and we pick that page up. And you know what, man? I don't want any strings attached to it. I don't want to have to wait until a Netflix show. And don't get me wrong, Inspiration 4 had a plan, and the plan was to stream when St. Jude was live to promote the fundraiser, which I totally understand and I totally get. That's the right move. I would have done it the same way. It's just, those in-house NASA missions, like watching the shuttle fly, and I would assume that the Apollo program was like this too. Those are special. Those are the defining moments. And don't get me wrong, I don't think it's gonna be anywhere, it's not like when, and I say when because I firmly believe this is gonna happen. When SpaceX lands people on the moon or when they land people on Mars, it's not like it won't be as special. You know what I mean? But I can't help but think that there's a component missing. It seems like, with Commercial Crew, we got like a watered down version of those spaceflight missions, And once again, not a knock at SpaceX. Not a knock at SpaceX or anything else. What they're doing is miraculous and I want them to succeed. We need to accelerate the space program to full reuse. We need to make ourselves multiplanetary. We need to get out there. I am 100% on board with that. But I don't know. It just... Maybe just Constellation getting canceled and the shuttle program going out in the same breath, dude, just left a pretty sour taste in my mouth. Like, even 10 years down the road. I don't know. Yeah, also ground stations, Hellfish. That I can understand. Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense. I get it. It's fine. The shuttle was on another level, Velo. I can't explain why. And you'll see it with Artemis 1 when that flies. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's something, it's very special. It's a very special moment. But even the Apollo stuff, people lost interest. Look at the Apollo 13 flight. Had it not been for the explosion, it became routine. The nation isn't excited about manned spaceflight anymore, and it's a shame in your opinion. Hammer Nails, I disagree. Elon Musk being a household name this time around is the one difference. But how to rock the shuttle? Hey, how's it going? I don't know, Novus. Human, what do you say? You could consider it a good thing. This could mean that spaceflight has started to become as trivial as flying. Yeah, no, and that's what I want. That's what I want. I want to be able to just buy a plane ticket into space. Imagine 100 years in the future, someone doing like a Route 154 project, trekking across the moon or something. That would be cool. I'd be totally on board with that. That'd be great. That'd be fine. The press conference should be starting momentarily here. Something about this whole thing isn't sitting right with me, human, and I can't put my finger on it. It's very rare that I can't articulate my thoughts. Something about this I don't like. I just don't know what it is. So that's what I mean about maybe I should just shut the hell up, Hopefully this teleconference will help. And we get terrible holding music. You don't sound like you have high hopes for this presser. King, did you watch the town hall, dude? Everyone was... All right, hold on. Okay. Wait, are they starting it now? Nope. I hate it when that happens with hold music. You know what this felt like? I'm just gonna turn that down for a second. It felt like this scene.
To go ahead and welcome a new member to our team here.
That's what this felt like.
Bob Slidell. Yeah. Bob is a consultant. Yeah, he's gonna be sort of
Why am I getting this vibes from that town hall? Look, even the people's faces are the same. You have that one guy that pretends he gives a crap. You know what I'm talking about? Yes. Oh, absolutely. I know this is good for the company. I'm going to nod so I don't get fired. Like, that's very much the energy that had. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, hi, Bob. Bob? I mean, NASA does have TPS reports, guys. The Thermal Protection System reports. Says something hard. Yes. Yeah, you know what? I agree. The company does need a good kick in the pants. You know, yes. This is good for the company. Get out of here. They named an asteroid after Dr. Z. Cool. Lies, it's near impossible to get fired from a government job. Usually when you do a bad job, it involves your position being abolished and compartmentalized when you do a bad job in a government organization. Lateral shift. Bob, I hope your firings go real well. Yeah, I know, Grav, right? Exactly, Dougie. It had that vibe, and that's why I don't like it. It could lead to great things.
Please continue to stand by for today's conference. Conference will begin in a few minutes. Again, thank you for your patience. Please continue to stand by.
Could be like you, they're passionate about space. Well, they're passionate about a paycheck, midget. But yes, also space. Are there any indications why or what this may be about that are contribute? Dude, go watch the town hall, dude. Like, the people in the room are like, I mean, you watch all the NASA employees that are there, and you watch what people are saying. It's very scripted. It gives off a very corporate feel, and like I said, it kills me to see NASA like that. It just freaking kills me. Well, passionate about a paycheck? All right, then, I guess. What? No. It's not what I meant. Never mind. I'm just going to shut up. We'll see what the media teleconference gives us. Elvis, that's not what I meant. Came here, they're splitting HEOMD into two, they're splitting NASA's Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate into two different mission directorates.
Please continue to stand by for today's conference. Conference will begin momentarily. Again, thank you for your patience. Please continue to stand by.
They're splitting it into space technology, so basically all the development programs, so like SLS, HLS, the Gateway, that's all gonna get put under a different mission directorate, and that's splitting from Human Exploration Operations. And HEOMD is just gonna be focusing on the part where you actually put the people in the rocket and launch them into space.
Welcome and thank you for standing by. All lines are in a listen-only mode until
No,
the question
King.
and answer session. At that time, please press star
Here, let's
1 and
listen.
record
I'm
your
gonna
name
shut
as
up. I'm gonna
prompted.
stop weighing in on
Today's
this.
conference is being recorded. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. I would now like to turn today's meeting over to Jackie McGinnis. Thank you. You may begin.
Thanks, Carolyn. Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us. I'm NASA Press Secretary Jackie McGinnis. And earlier today, NASA leadership made an exciting announcement for the future to better position the agency for exploration farther out into the solar system than ever before. So going forward, the Human Exploration and Operations Mission Directorate will be organized into two mission directorates. An Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, ESD, led by Jim Free, will define and manage systems development for programs critical to NASA's Artemis program, and planning for NASA's Moon to Mars exploration approach in an integrated manner. A Space Operations Mission Directorate, Space Ops, led by Kathy Leaders, will focus on launch and space operations, including the ISS, continued commercialization of low Earth orbit, and eventually sustaining operations on the Moon. So today I'm happy to be joined by Administrator Bill Nelson, Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy, Associate Administrator Bob Cabana, Associate Administrator for Space Ops, Kathy Leaders, and Associate Administrator for ESD, Jim Free. You'll get a chance to ask each of them your burning questions, but first I'd like to hand it over to Administrator Nelson to explain NASA leadership's decision to establish the ESD and Space Ops Mission Directorates.
Hey guys, I hope that you watched the town hall that we had because there was a lot of substance there, and I want to get to your questions without repeating the things that were said, but let me just kind of summarize real quickly. We've taken the former Mission Directorate, Human Exploration, and we are creating two mission directorates. One is space operations, and the other is exploration. And we have two pros that are leading it. Kathy Leaders, who has been phenomenally successful in the program of commercial cargo as well as commercial crew to the International Space Station. And over the years of establishing that, now exceptionally successfully, it has grown, and it's going to grow more once we get Boeing up and running. And so Kathy is going to continue in that leadership role. Jim Free has returned to the agency, having been the head of the Glenn Research Center in Cleveland, as well as a former deputy mission directorate back under Bill Gerstenmaier. And so we were able to get him to come out of the private life back to NASA. And he will concentrate on our exploration out into the heavens. We can go into all the details. We did it today at noon in that town hall, but if you want to get back into a lot of that detail, we're happy to do that. So basically what we're saying is it's more than an organizational change. It's about helping us as we set the stage for the next 20 years, and we are defining NASA's future in a growing space economy, and that's what's happening. Look at all of the success that you're seeing as commercial ventures get involved, and not just talking about like the Inspiration flight. I'm talking about look at all these commercial landings that are going to go to the moon. Look at the private commercial rocket companies that are going to deliver those payloads, some of which are NASA scientific experiments. And I'll just close by one example. In 23, the Viper, that's the mission that's going to the South Pole, and we're going to a crater where we think there is the best concentration for water because of the angle of the sun, as well as water underneath the surface. And of course, the import of that is you find water on the moon, then we can make rocket fuel, hydrogen and oxygen, and we can have a gas station on the moon. A lot of this is coming out of the commercial ventures. So truly, this is a new day in NASA's future in a growing space economy. and of course maintaining the U.S. leadership in space. So with that, let me stop. Jackie?
Now I'd like to hand it over to Deputy Administrator Malroy for your thoughts.
Thank you so much. So I said earlier today when I was talking to the NASA workforce that this decision is a testament to their hard work over the last decade. So as I reflect back on my time in the Space Shuttle program, and then, of course, when we began to build the International Space Station, that our entire human spaceflight program was defined by these single programs in low Earth orbit. And we were just beginning to reach out to try to spin off this technology, partner with commercial to see if they could take on some of these roles. And I have to say, I don't think in anybody's wildest dreams would we have predicted how incredibly successful that enterprise has been. And it gives us a tremendous capability. We remain passionately dedicated to doing microgravity research. We are doing very important work on the International Space Station every day. We're just entering, actually the National Academies is entering its second decadal survey to help point us to the highest value science, and we think that will continue to be true. But as we go forward, we have the opportunity to eventually transition some of those capabilities, which frees us up to look out for exploration beyond low Earth orbit. As leaders, we have a responsibility to arm our workforce with the best support system we can possibly design. So looking to the future, we know that the next 20 years will look very different than the last 20. And so as we think about these strategic roles, continuing to foster an economy in low Earth orbit and growing solar system exploration, going to the moon, achieving objectives that will help us send the first people to Mars to perform science there. As we think about all of these, this is what drove the decision, which has been in work since early this year, based on the expansion of all these human spaceflight programs and a long train of developmental programs coming over the horizon. These two new mission directorates will build on those successes and lessons learned from the Human Exploration and Operations Space Mission Directorate. So creating two separate directorates will ensure the critical areas have a focused oversight team in place to support and execute for mission success. And these new directorates are directly linked by their charters, and the organizations and their leaders will work closely together. Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate will manage the integration and systems development for Moon to Mars. They will own the architecture and design the developmental programs. Jim and his team will focus on areas such as definition and development of systems and cultivate and expand our international partners in the Moon to Mars architecture. Space operations will continue to carry out space exploration, research, technology demonstrations, and space economy development, and continue our international partnerships with the space station. Both mission directorates are engineering the future of Moon to Mars exploration from different ends of the spaceflight continuum. With a tighter focus on exploration, we'll continue to lead the nation while building a coalition of international partners in deep space exploration through our Artemis Accords. This approach allows one mission directorate to operate in space while the other builds future space systems. Kathy and the ops team will focus on commercial crew, including Boeing certification, as well as bringing a third commercial cargo resupply provider on board. And of course, always will be responsible for ensuring the safety and success of all of our missions, including private astronaut missions, extension of ISS operations, and the continued growth of low Earth orbit. Kathy and Jim will establish a tightly knit interface to ensure operations is ingrained in the maturation of all future systems and work at the handoff of systems as they move into an operations and sustainment phase.
Kathy and Jim are both experienced, proven NASA leaders, and I am confident their leadership will ensure there is no disruption to our work as we focus on the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will open it up for questions. Caroline?
Thank you. We will now begin the question and answer session. If you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, please press star 1. Make sure your phone is unmuted and record your name as prompted. You may press star 2 to withdraw that request. And please limit yourself to one question. You may press star 1 again for any follow-up questions. Our first question or comment comes from Marcia Dunn from AP. Your line is open.
Yes, hi. Thank you for Administrator Nelson and anyone else on the panel. I know that NASA's been undergoing an internal review for the schedule for Artemis. So my question is, as of today, what is the latest projected timeline for Artemis 1, 2, and 3? As of today anyway. Thank you.
Artemis 1 will be at the end of this year or the first part of next year. Then we're going to the moon with humans in late 23 or early 24. And then if you have a coin, you can flip it as to what's going to happen in the legal wrangling that's going on right now. What is the federal judge going to decide? Is there going to be, when is he going to decide? What is the further legal possibilities about that? And once we know better about things like that, then we can answer on Artemis 3, and then after that, Artemis 4, putting up the gateway. We've got a lot of international partners all signed up. They're excited about it, and so forth and so on. So does that help you out, Marcia?
Well, I suppose so. So you're aiming to get the first Artemis off still by the end of this year or early part of next year. Is 2024 still feasible technically for Artemis 3? I mean, is that legal wrangling aside, as where things stand now technically, would you have a shot at 2024 for the moon landing?
You want to call the federal judge and ask him? So the answer is we don't know at this point. We're gonna move with all dispatch as soon as we know the legal realm, and then we can better answer your question then.
Thank you. Our next question or comment comes from Micah Maidenberg from Wall Street Journal. Your line is open.
Yeah, hi everybody. Deputy Administrator Melroy, I think you just said there's going to be a third provider for commercial crew. Is that right? And if that's so, could you elaborate on why NASA wanted to pursue that? Thank you.
If I did, then I misspoke and apologize. It's a commercial cargo provider, a third commercial cargo Sierra Space.
Okay, can you elaborate on sort of why you're bringing in a third provider for cargo?
The contract for CRS-2 was awarded. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Kathy Leaders. The contract for CRS-2 was awarded right in 2016, and so we've actually been working with Sierra Space for a while now to bring their third capability online. So it's not new news. So we've been working on this for a little bit. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question or comment comes from Jeff Faust from Space News. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. A question for the administrator. When agencies undertake reorganizations like this, it's usually because they're trying to solve a problem they've identified or to ward off a problem that they believe is going to come up. What problem are you addressing by this decision to split HEOMD into the separate operations and exploration systems directorates?
Jeff, were you able to tune in on our town hall meeting?
I did. I was hoping you could explain in a little bit more detail what problem this solves. I know you made some discussion about improved oversight as an example.
No, we went into this in detail in the town hall, and it's basically that we've had this phenomenal success in the commercial arena, that the growth has been so large that the long and short of it is the existing or the previous HEO is almost half the budget of NASA. And you need to have the ability of two brilliant people to run the respective responsibilities. One, basically space operations, and two, the exploration as we go back to the moon and on to Mars. Does that answer your question?
That'll do. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next question or comment comes from Gina Sansari from ABC News. Your line is open.
For the administrator, are there some missions that aren't on paper yet that you'd like to see furthered with this new organization? Something that's sort of bubbling around in the back of your mind.
Well, I think there are some people that would like to send me to Mars on a one-way trip, but other than that, I think that you pretty well know what's going on. Look at all the CLIPS missions. Goodness gracious. And by the way, beware. China, the Chinese space program is sending 3 missions to the South Pole. I already told you about our Viper mission. This is increasingly a place of importance. And we want to make sure that everybody understands that might go there that this is for international scientific research and development. Pam, you want to add anything to this?
I sure do. Thank you, sir. Gina, we have an amazing capability that we've been developing to take humans to deep space. We've been really focused on developing SLS, Orion, and the ground systems to support it. It is time for us to talk about what we are going to do with this capability. So yes, there is, as I mentioned, there is a string of development programs facing us in the future. The infrastructure needed to support sustained human operations, and that includes things like comms and power infrastructure. In addition to that, we have to have the tools to enable people to do science on the surface of the moon. So certainly we've been discussing things like habitats and transportation rovers. And then, of course, we've got Gateway, which is our logistics cache, the human lander system. Both of those are currently, I would say, underway. The HLS will get underway when we finish our legal wrangles. But in addition to that, we have to be thinking and laying in plans for how to get to a Mars transportation, Mars descent, and Mars ascent vehicle. And we need to understand what we're doing on the moon that provides direct capability and when we will have achieved the objectives that we can begin those programs. So yes, we are looking at a steady stream of development programs, and there's a lot of work and analysis that's been done for the last decade or more to define what that should look like.
And don't forget all the other things that we're doing. We are getting ready to go back to Mars and pick up samples that we are now depositing in these titanium vials, and this is all a part of it. This is all a part of our reaching out there, getting prepared to go to Mars. And then, aside from the human exploration, look at all of the other robotic stuff that we're doing and the scientific stuff. We're going to Venus for the first time in 30 years. We've got the telescope going up December the 17th, and it's going to be looking back over 13 billion years, capturing light from that long ago. We're continuing our search for other life. We're going to asteroids. We've already sucked up some of the asteroid on a mission called Bennu. It is now en route back to planet Earth.
That's the OSIRIS-REx mission. The mission isn't called Bennu.
In that sample that we've got, trying to understand the origins of the universe and what are the building blocks of life that are out there. And then don't forget climate change. Remember, we announced the 5 great observatories over the next 10 years that will, with our 30 assets up there now, will give absolute precision on our measurements of what is happening to the climate. So there's a lot that's going on, and I didn't even talk about aeronautics. We've got a needle-nosed supersonic that once it becomes a transport, you can cut travel time in half and you can fly over populated areas at supersonic flight speeds because it will have a low sonic boom. So there's a lot of stuff.
Next question.
Thank you. Our next question or comment comes from Irene Klotz from Aviation. Your line is open.
Thank you. For Kathy, are there any ongoing programs that from HEO that will be transferred to exploration systems development? And are there any impacts on the contracts that NASA has signed and is currently negotiating with Boeing and with Lockheed for those long-term buys of Orion and SLS cores that'll cover missions well into the future?
So thanks, Irene. We're obviously establishing an exploration systems development organization, so the projects and the programs under development right now for exploration will be under Jim, and under space operations, we'll be setting up an exploration operations team that will be beginning to do the planning and working with Jim on the development side. But from a contracts perspective, or strategy perspective, no changes. There should be no changes right now. Obviously, as time evolves, we'll be working on, Jim will be obviously working on both of the development contracts, and we'll be looking at long-term exploration operations pieces. But those, as they are rolling out, Jim and I will be talking to you guys about that. But I don't see, and Jim, jump in, he's right here, so, right now, and as he said, he's on day 2 of his job, so we'll give him maybe a little bit of chance to get his feet under him, but, the goal is to keep, like we told the team today, the goal is to keep the missions going and, things staying on track, and, we've got a lot of things in front of us that we can't have go through a bump, and so really right now we're just making sure that we're doing a smooth transition and working it together.
I guess it's kind of like if Moxie was just getting started now, would that be something that would have been the bailiwick of the Exploration Systems Development Division and then transitioned into an operations? Like, I'm just having a hard time getting my head around really I understand that the whole pie is getting bigger and you're trying to position the agency to accommodate and take advantage of that and lead in that, but I'm having a little trouble getting my head around like practically what that means for the NASA programs.
So right now the systems that are coming online, Irene, obviously like Pam talked about, we have different systems coming through the pipeline. So obviously, SLS and Orion haven't flown their first flight yet, so they are still in development, right? And Jim and I will work together on when does that their development move into an operational cadence. That's still in front of us where that break point is. The systems that are in the middle of development, like Pam was talking about, Gateway, HOS, other things that are at some level started, obviously also go over with Jim, and then he's dreaming up more systems, right? And my job is to follow along and then make sure that as these systems are coming online and are ready to be worked into an operation, we'll be working through that transition.
And this is Jim Free. I just add, I think the way to think about it is with Orion and SLS coming up on their first flight with Artemis, right? That's going to prove out a set of capabilities as the uncrewed version flies around the moon. And then for Artemis 2, we're going to put the crew and the ECLS in, and it's another step of development. Then Artemis 3, it'll be crew with ECLS, a few smaller systems, and then working to get the crew down to the surface. And then we can kind of look and say, okay, we've done the development for Orion. I'm just saying this as an example. So maybe Orion then goes over to space operations, and then we do Artemis 4 with a Block 1B, EUS, and okay, we've proven that out. Now that can go over to operations. So the answer is each one's going to depend, but the thought is let's get the first flight or first few flights out, prove it out, and then we move it from development to operations, and we would start working on the next thing, and it might be a cargo element, or it might be a new system that's going up to augment Gateway. The thought is to then take that development team and bring it back to work on the next thing so that the operations team, we're not going to duplicate, we'll depend on each other. The operations team can then do what they do best, and that's operate the vehicle, which is in a different model and a different mode than a development team works.
Thanks, Irene. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Eric Berger from Ars Technica. Your line is open.
Hi, good afternoon. Administrator, can you address concerns that Kathy's position here, some people are saying it's kind of a demotion, and it's happening in the wake of the HLS awards, the process that she oversaw. That award was made about 5 months ago. Since then there's been a significant outcry from Congress. There's been, you mentioned federal judge, some of the bidders were unhappy. And now she's being moved out of the oversight for the HLS program. Is that just a coincidence, or maybe you could address that? Thanks.
Well, I have addressed that over and over, and I don't mean to make light of your question, but I will repeat again what I've said. Kathy did such an extraordinary job, and the proof's in the pudding. We see the success of the commercial crew as well as commercial cargo. And that whole thing has grown to the point now we're talking about private astronauts, we're talking about these inspiration-type missions, we're talking about additional research on the International Space Station, we're talking about extension of the International Space Station to 2030, and the preparation of a commercial industry that could step in and have an International Space Station themselves, or a commercial space station. We want to see commercial activity robust, and we're already seeing that in and around the moon with the CLIPS missions that I referenced. Now, the long and short of it is, between that, under the old HEO, and the exploration, that's half of NASA's budget. That's a lot to swallow. So we want to be able to look to the future. we want to expand our vision of what we can do out in space. We want to look beyond Mars and all these other robotic missions that we're talking about. And so when you put all that together, you need two brilliant leaders. And fortunately, we have that. And if you want to hear
why do we
words,
need two brilliant leaders for NASA's human exploration stuff when
said
you're talking
earlier
about
today
robotic missions?
in the town hall meeting,
What are you talking about?
we, Pam, Bob, and I, as well as me, have total confidence in Kathy, as we have in Jim. And that's the best I can do to answer you. I know it's kind of nice to take and look at it from a standpoint of another approach, but what I just told you is the truth.
And this is the Deputy Administrator, and I'd like to let you know that this discussion started well before the HLS award.
As a matter of fact, this started in the early coming together of the Biden administration before he was actually sworn in.
If that's the case, why did you award HLS in the first
made
place?
A very strong recommendation that we do what we have announced today.
Thank you both. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Joey Roulette from The Verge. Your line is open.
Hey, thank you. Question for Deputy Administrator Melroy. There are some other critics who are saying that this reorg plan,
it's a good point,
they kind of fear that this is going to create two competing and unnecessary bureaucracies with different cultures and contracting mechanisms. I'm just wondering what you make of that, and wanted to know whether there's going to be any coordination between the two directorates and what that would look like. And then I just had like another kind of example question. Would the effort to transition the ISS to privately built components be managed under the Space Ops Directorate or the Exploration Directorate, since in a way that would involve new technology?
Cool it down, fellas.
Thanks.
Let's just keep paying attention.
Thanks. I'll answer your second question first. The work with private partners to transition to a commercial follow-on to ISS will stay in the Operations Directorate. It's directly relevant to what we do every day on ISS, and the development will be done by private industry. We will just be a customer, and so we will be very focused on maintaining the continuity of our operations in low Earth orbit and the science and the human exploration that we do.
I wasn't talking about
as far
you
as
guys
the bureaucracy, we're actually not adding a whole new layer of people. There are very few additional positions that will be required. All of this work is being done today, and all of it has to be coordinated between different divisions within HEO. So the challenges that we have in coordinating across organizations is exactly the same as it is today. And we have boards and other mechanisms in place to ensure that the communications occur. It's an interesting experience having done this in the DoD. I was a test pilot, and we had vehicles that were under development and test and validation and verification, and then you hand it over to an operational unit. And typically there's extremely close coordination, because you don't want to hand off something to operators that doesn't fill what they need and doesn't perform the functions that they need. So I think there's a lot of models that we can look to, but this is really about the same work that we have to do every day on coordination.
Thanks.
Thanks, Joey. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question is from Marcia Smith from spacepolicyonline.com. Your line is open.
Thanks so much. I was curious, on the surface, this looks like you're going back to the organization that you had before 2011. And is that a correct analogy? Are you basically going back to, that exact split between what the old space operations mission director was doing and what ESMD was doing at the time. And also, Jim Bridenstine had wanted to do something like this, but he could not get congressional approval for a reorganization. But I understand that you do have congressional approval for this one. So what did you do differently in order to win Congress's nod?
Hey, Marcia, this is Bob Cabana. And as far as how we're being organized, yes, we had exploration and HEO separated. And the reason we did was we had the Constellation program, and Constellation was doing the development of all the exploration work, and the ops side was operating all our current systems. With the cancellation of Constellation and no immediate program going forward for those folks that were in there, it made sense at that time to absorb that into the ops directorate under Bill Gerstenmaier, and it became HEO, finding work for all those people. So now that we have built, as the administrator has said, this highly successful organization that's half our budget, it's absolutely the appropriate time to have a focus on the exploration side, separate from the ops side, and transition things as Pam has explained. Yes, we did get approval from the administration and our stakeholders on the Hill to proceed with this reorganization, and that was needed before we could announce it and move forward. So we achieved the appropriate approvals that we needed, and we are now moving forward.
I don't understand why they couldn't just say that from the beginning.
Bill Gerstenmaier, of course, is the one who ran Space Ops last time, and now Kathy's going to lead it this time. I know that he was one of her mentors. So did Kathy pick Space Ops of the two, or how was the decision made as to which of the two would lead which one?
That was my decision with consultation with Bob and Pam, and we decided, I'll repeat, Marcia, what I said earlier. Kathy has done such an outstanding job in bringing about a successful commercial operation that it was obvious, it was as easy a decision as falling off a log for me, that's exactly where she should be.
Thanks so much.
Why
Thanks.
couldn't we just
question.
say that?
Our next question is from Mike Wall from
That's a good idea.
space.com. Your line is open.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. That's good.
Thank you, guys. This is probably for both Kathy and Jim. Yeah, I mean, both of you guys referenced you'd be working together on a bunch of different missions and a bunch of different projects. Could you just maybe walk through an example of how that cooperation might work? I mean, I know it's still early days, but yeah, just give us an example of how that coordination might work across these two different mission directorates. Thanks.
Sure. So I mentioned first, and to Pam's point earlier, right, we're not going to duplicate. So if I take Artemis 1, Artemis 1 is my responsibility, but I do that in conjunction with Kathy, who owns the folks that are doing the mission ops. So those mission ops folks are executing the mission. If I take and then
I'll talk about it in a
done,
second.
and we look
I
at
understand what they're doing now. I get it.
Need to make to the
I'll tell you guys in a
programs,
second.
be it Orion or SLS, that we can make between Artemis 1 and 2, and maybe we make some of those changes, or we plug them into Artemis 3 to continue the development. And then if I kind of forecast ahead, right, that's the model that's going to be there for Artemis 1, Artemis 2, Artemis 3, and then let's say I'll pick a one out of the air that was mentioned earlier by Pam, a HAB module. We're going to start thinking about a HAB module. We're going to start doing the development of that. That's squarely in my organization, but we have to have the operations people in the front end of that development because they're going to operate it. So they will support us doing the development on the front end. So there's examples of missions that are going to happen in the next few months. in years for you to something that's years out of how I think we're going to interact. But Kathy, I think, has something to add.
Yeah, and so kind of going the back end, right? So Jim's working the development piece. Obviously, you don't flip a switch and one day go to ops, right? And so we're already starting to talk now about, okay, when are some of these things operational, and how do you go work contracts to go make sure that you can execute on that mission going forward? We can't screw up the missions that are needing to happen. We've got to make sure that those contracts and those pieces are going in line with that. So if we're having, for example, an Artemis 5 be an operational mission, we still got to make sure we're executing 1, 2, 3, and 4 with not messing things up and have to start 5 at the right time. This is going to take us working really, really closely together to make sure that we're really clean for the folks, but also making sure that we are supporting each other in the different phases. Even after things go operational, we'll be reaching over for help over on Jim's side to solve different problems. I can guarantee it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question or comment comes from Stephen Clark from Spaceflight Now. Your line is open.
Thank you. Marcia asked my question, so if I could like to ask Kathy for an update on the Starliner program. It's been about 6 weeks since Boeing and NASA decided to stand down from OFT-2 to address the valve issues. Any update on what's been going on with inspections and finding the cause of the issue with the valves, and when do you still expect OFT-2 could launch this year, or is it looking to be more likely next year? Thanks.
So I think the team's still going through their troubleshooting. You know, they've been working through, in particular on the valve, like looking at, and we tend to talk about the dry side and the wet side because the internal kind of workings of the valve, which is the wetted side, it is a little bit harder for us to get access to. We've worked through on the dry side, kind of collecting data and looking at the different aspects, and now we're working the timing on the dry side. To be able to do that, you actually have to remove valves from the service modules, and so we're actually getting ready over the next few weeks for kind of a decision point for us with the program on what to do with that and the options for potentially pulling another service module forward, or looking at options for using that particular service module in the operational mission. I think right now the timeline and the manifest for it through the end of the year is pretty tight right now. So my gut is it would be probably more likely to be next year, but we're still working through that timeline. I don't think we're ready to formally address when exactly the OFT-2 mission is. But I think the team's making great progress on further troubleshooting, and I absolutely know we're going to fix this problem before we fly crew.
Thanks, Kathy. Next question.
Thank you. Our next question is from Tim Fernholz from Quartz. Your line is open.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking the time to answer some questions. I have one question. I know the decision was easy as falling off a log, but I just wanted to follow up on the personnel choices for the two directorates. I think a lot of people outside see Kathy as having led two successful development efforts in commercial crew and then being part of commercial cargo. So I'm curious, why did you think she should stay there instead of working on the development effort that has been delayed on Artemis? And what about Jim suits him to be the leader of the Artemis development? And just to follow up on the question you had to your first answer, Mr. Nelson, with Artemis 2, you referred to that as going to the moon, and I'm curious, do you think if Artemis 2 gets in orbit around the moon by 2024, does that fulfill NASA's policy goal there? Thank you.
Do you remember Apollo 8?
I was not alive, but I've heard about it.
Okay, well, you know what it was. It was humans going to the moon for the first time. And that brought a whole new revelation at Christmas 1968 of the pictures of the moon looking back at Earth, a perspective that we had never had, and that was a major achievement. And after Apollo 17, we have not been back to the moon with humans, and we are in Artemis 2, a mission that will be some 11 days, extraordinary, way out beyond the moon, further than any human has ever been. So with regard to your second question, now what was your first question?
I'm just curious for Kathy and Jim's new assignments, given Kathy's experience bringing spacecraft development programs to fruition, why is she on the operational side? And then for Mr. Free, what makes him the right person to do this kind of development?
Both of these people are extremely qualified, and I have told you how I came to the decision, which is an obvious decision. I used an old Southern colloquialism, as easy a decision as falling off a log. It was obvious, it was common sense that Kathy's success should continue in the Space Operations Mission Directorate.
And then in terms of Mr. Free's qualifications?
I think we've answered that one, so I think we'll move on to the next.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Ken Kramer from Space Up Close. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you for doing this. My question is for, well, the administrator or anybody who wants to answer this, maybe Jim Free. Can you give us a more detailed vision of what NASA plans for Artemis 4 and beyond, and when do you expect astronauts to visit the Gateway? What will be the role of the Gateway? Thanks.
Yeah, so 4 and 5 are Artemis 4 and 5 are missions that are critical with our international partners, with the addition of IHAB on Artemis 4 and Esprit on Artemis 5. So that's as we bring in the international partners in their substantial roles there. So that's 4 and 5. And the second part of your question was around
when will the astronauts visit the Gateway?
Go ahead, Captain.
So the astronauts are going to be part of those assembly missions, right? We're actually, one of the great things about having the Block 1B capability is that we can do those assembly missions with the crew. So one of the reasons why, you know, the agency made the decision to do it as a co-manifested payload and was enabled to do make the decision with co-manifested payload was because of the Block 1B capability. And so what that does is that allows us to, we will be flying Gateway up on a commercial launch vehicle as an assembled Halo PBE capability. It'll be up there orbiting the moon, and then we'll be transporting first the IHAB up with the crew, and having the crew there, as we learned when we did station aggregation and assembly, is having the crew there really helps that assembly process enormously. It means you don't have to have all the robotic assembly procedures. You actually can have a whole lot more flexible interface for that assembly. And guess what? The crew's there to solve problems. I think we've all learned during space station that sometimes assembly doesn't go perfect, and you need to have a crew there that's able to fix the small problems and be able to go make it work, especially for these critical assembly missions. And so both the IHAB and the Esprit missions will have crews there to help those assembly operations and get us to an assembled cislunar gateway system for us to get ready for the landing missions that we'll be conducting. So Those are going to be crewed missions. 4 and 5 will be crewed missions, and we'll be getting the benefit of the crew through those assembly missions.
Thank you.
And we have time for one more question.
Thank you. And our final question comes from Vlad Pavlov from TASS News Agency. Your line is open.
Hello. Thank you for doing this. My question is for the administrator. Mr. Nelson, you said earlier that you're planning to discuss the future of the ISS with your Russian counterpart, Dmitry Rogozin, and you said you're planning to visit Russia to meet with him as soon as COVID-19 will allow. Have you decided on any time frame for that visit to Russia yet? Can we expect it to happen till the end of this year, or is it more likely next year? Thank you.
As soon as possible, depending on COVID. I hope that we get past this Delta variant. There are now some signs that there are other variants that are coming along. I am vaccinated. At the earliest possible time, I'm looking forward to it. I've talked to Dmitry several times. Bob has talked to many of his counterparts in the Russian program several times, and we're really looking forward to going to Moscow and seeing him. And I'm very enthusiastic, as I have said and have been quoted many times, that our cooperation with Russia continue. It's a long-standing one ever since 1975, and I want it, we want it, NASA wants it, America wants it to continue in the civilian space program. It's been a model for a world that is often under stress because of the politics. It's been a model of how nations can come together in peaceful cooperation in space. And I think it's important that we keep that model going.
Thank you all so much for joining us today. Before I hand it back over to Administrator Nelson for his final thoughts, I want to let you know that replays of this call will be available about an hour after we finish up until 11:59 p.m. on October 21st by calling 866-360-7718 and passcode 9210. Administrator Nelson?
Okay, guys, get on your calendar December 17th for the telescope. Then the early part of next year when it will be fully ready to go. There's high risk in all of this. It, of course, is launching on an Ariane 5 from French Guiana. Get ready for October 31st, Halloween. We've got another SpaceX with crew launching. Get ready for Artemis 1 sometime at the end of the year or early next year. We got a lot going on. Let me remind you that on the 27th, Landsat 9 is launching from Vandenberg. This is another in the series of Landsats that have given us a picture of what's happening to the Earth and to our bounty that we have on this Earth, and it's given us measurements by which we can try to keep that bounty. And then, of course, notice that when these big hurricanes hit the coast, the projections of the intensity and the direction were right on, and guess who designs, builds, and launches those assets? So there is a lot going on and a lot more to come.
SpaceX.
And so thank you all for your interest.
And ULA.
This is an exciting time to be at NASA.
Thank you. That concludes today's conference call. Thank you for your participation. You may disconnect at this time.
That didn't help. That didn't help at all. Actually, no, you know what? That's me being a little dramatic. Bob Cabana's answer told me everything I need to know, guys. I just don't understand why they couldn't just say that. I don't get it. What's... He said, he told me everything I need to know. Whoever asked that question, I forget. I think it was Stephen Clark, I think. Yeah, what Bob Cabana said, and he's Deputy Associate Administrator, if I'm remembering right. He's like number 3 at NASA. So Bill is number 1, Pam Melroy's behind him, and Bob Cabana's behind her. Bob Cabana is a shuttle pilot. He's a Marine Corps. He's flown the shuttle multiple times, and he's basically run Kennedy Space Center for basically ran KSC for 20 years or something like that. Bob's answer, dude, that's what I needed to know. That's what I wanted to know. I don't understand why they couldn't just answer that. There was literally a non-answer in every single other question. Just, there's a lot of deflection there. Why? Just say what Bob said. That's all I needed to know. I don't... No, guys, I'll be honest with you. The reorganization makes sense. That's a good idea. Bob sold me on it. That's what I wanted to hear. Why? Why are you doing this way? That's what I wanted to hear. And that addressed those pros and cons that we were talking about when we listened to it during the town hall. I was worried that, and Joey Roulette asked that question too, that there's going to be, infighting between funding, and they non-answered that question too, so whatever. But Bob told me everything I need to know. They are trying to have they're going back to how it was during the beginning of Constellation, where you had people just working on building basically building the equipment that operations needs. I don't have a problem with that. Good idea. I get it. You guys nailed it with the web DevOps thing. That's a perfect analogy. That's hey, I like the way that Constellation was set up. I think they did that correctly. Having one technology lead to another, like having Ares 1 lead to Ares 5, that is a much better way to do things. I do not have a problem with that whatsoever. You could have just said that. You were right. Brimo, you were right in that regard, and that's fine. Good. It isn't about me being right or wrong. I just want NASA to be that's a good idea. I just don't want NASA to be run by idiots. I heard that they changed the HLS contract. No, nothing just yet. Had people been chill for the last hour? Yeah, it's fatuous. I just really wish they... why all the deflection, dude? Why all the deflection? But hey, look, people are passionate about spaceflight, dude. And I'll be honest, the red flags were going off there for a second. Why don't you just answer the question? Why did you move Kathy? If you have such confidence in her ability to run a program, why did you bring this other guy in? They never answered it. Bob answered that question. It literally could have been that 30-second clip. That's it. Look, we need somebody to focus on operations. Kathy's good at operations. She's done a fantastic job managing the commercial crew program and managing the Artemis program right after that and making sure we're on a clean track. She needs to manage spaceflight operations. That's why we brought Jim Free in. Jim Free is very good at handling technology development. He did during the Constellation, the ISS, and the shuttle program. He's the guy that we need to bring the hardware to the capability that we need. So Kathy can utilize that hardware and complete our mission goals. Done. Simple. That easy. It's that easy. That's all you needed to say. It's obvious. Well, why did I choose her? Because I chose her. Like, what are you talking about, dude? What are you saying? You're not saying anything. Yeah, he was trying to say it, Biz. He was trying to. But Apollo and shifting to China, that pisses me off, dude. Look, as much as I want the U.S. to be, the best in space. We should be the best at what we do over there. Like, dude, you're literally holding a press conference to tell why you're changing your internal structuring, and you talk about China. That pisses me off. You didn't do that. You didn't do this because of China. You did what's the reason? The reason, like. Well, China. No, okay. So what? What about them? This isn't about them. This press conference is about your structuring. I'm positive this was mostly Bob and Pam, and Bill was there as a figurehead. Explain why he didn't have good answers. He doesn't know. So that, Remo, you know what my next question is. Yeah, that doesn't work on it doesn't work on reporters. Scary, it works on politicians. Primo, guess what my next question is? Okay, so if you want a quick sum up, I don't think there's anything to be particularly worried about. It seems to be in pretty good hands. Your next thing is pointing out that he should know because he leads NASA, and why doesn't he? Why do we have someone that's running NASA that doesn't know all the programs that NASA has? If Jim had done something like that, I would have grilled him for days. For days. Jim never got a program wrong. He knew every single program. He knew every name. He knew everyone who ran that program off the top of his head. Bill called the OSIRIS-REx mission the Bennu mission. Bro, do you even know what programs the organization that you lead is running? Like, I'm not trying to be mean here. Like, you can call it James Webb. You just called it the telescope. He's a lot older than Jim. So? Yeah, I don't know. Hey, guys, long story short, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. Like, let's just leave it at that. Public optics aside, this is not a bad idea. Splitting HAOMD like that is going back to how they were doing things during Constellation. Now, once again, there is uncertainty there. You know what the uncertainty is? They had this modus operandi during Constellations, and Constellation got canceled. It's good if you follow through. If you don't follow through, see what I'm talking about? I don't mind them doing this way. That's fine. You have to have some commitment to the program, though. Yeah, Admiral, it is. Safe travels. Thanks, Nick. Off topic, but Discord DM. What's up? No. Not right. Dude. Read the room, my brother. Come on. You're killing me right now. I appreciate you trying to cheer me up with car pictures. Thanks, man, but we'll check that in a little bit, okay? How much does having private companies leading the charge help commitment? IMO, that's the game changer that Constellation didn't have. Scary. The Commercial Orbital Transport Systems program was part of Constellation. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? How the program is more fleshed out? Okay, I got you. Yeah, Flagon, don't worry about it, dude. Flagon, I'm having a rough day at the office, dude. NASA leadership just really pissed me off, dude. Really pissed me off. And I'm trying my best to keep calm right now, dude. Having a rough day at the office, you know? It's all good, man. We'll check out those cars in a little bit, okay? Just, man. I think being critical of his wording isn't fair. Actions will speak louder than words, hopefully. What words, Bagel? What words? That's my problem. What words? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He kept bringing up probe missions. He's talking about the Viper mission. This is a press conference for splitting HEOMD and Science Technology Mission Directorates. Why are you talking about probe missions? What does that have to do with anything? What words are you referring to? Like, that, dude, look, I'll be honest. At the end of the day, Bagel, I don't really care if Pam and Bob and Kathy and Jim have that under control. I'm cool. We're good. But holy crap, dude, these optics, like, what are you doing? What? Yeah, talk is cheap. You're right. Talk is cheap in the space program. Optics are important. Look at Virgin Galactic when they went to launch people into suborbital trajectories. Optics are very important. As we move to a more commercialized space, that stuff like that is going to be a big deal. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know, Reaper. I'm not... A rough day at the office is all the computers deciding to go to crap, but your office was at the center of a meteor strike. Yeah. How will this potentially affect Artemis and HLS stuff? If you don't want to speculate, I get it. Well, Jax... So, okay, here's the thing, all right? Look, I don't mind this way of doing things. I actually agree with it. You know I'm pro-Constellation. Everyone knows that. That isn't exactly a secret, right? So, let's calm it down here. Let me explain. Jax, I like Constellation. I like the way NASA was set up during Constellation. I think canceling Constellation was a stupid idea. You could have expanded Commercial Crew and simultaneously run an in-house space program just fine. They did it because the only reason they got rid of Constellation was because they didn't want a continuation of the same. That was the stated goal, right? That's why it happened. So they started looking for reasons to cancel Constellation. One of those reasons why they canceled Constellation was the lack of development funds, meaning that the way you had it set up when you have a split HEOMD like that, people just working on human spaceflight technologies and people working on human spaceflight operations, was that they didn't have the operating budget to sustain both of those things. That's why they consolidated them into one. They used that as an excuse to cancel the program, okay? Now, on the other hand, before that, when the Constellation program was established under the Vision for Space Exploration from 2004 to 2008, and it was appropriately funded, the program was making great strides. Great strides. We had 2 launch vehicles, basically critical design reviews on the books and ready to go. Well, not ready to go, but the point is that one was supposed to lead to the other. It was a much more well thought out critical pathway. And if that's the kind of thing that NASA wants to bring in, I don't have a problem. Because if you recall yesterday's Space News, I went on a pretty dang long diatribe about my problems with SLS. My problems with SLS is that there's no... It might do this, it might do this, it might do this. There's no set pathway. And hopefully Jim Free coming in there will fix that. But once again, that there is a bit of uncertainty because last time NASA tried to adopt this method of developing projects, they canceled the project. However, if funded correctly and managed appropriately, we could get a much more well thought out Artemis program over the next couple of years. And that would explain why Bill isn't exactly sure when Artemis 2 and Artemis 3 is launching. They could change the design. They could come up with something better. They could come up with a much more coherent architecture, maybe something that has a lander incorporated in it from the start. Maybe bring the lander in-house and have a NASA lander and a SpaceX lander. They could do that. That's where that could potentially lead. And I like that. That's okay. I've always said that NASA should have their own individual in-house space program, but for like launching climate satellites and stuff, farm that out to SpaceX. Farm out low Earth orbit stuff to SpaceX. NASA should have an in-house program that is specifically designed for beyond low Earth orbit operations, like Apollo. Good example. Now, if you have a space program that is designed for beyond low Earth orbit operations, does that necessarily mean NASA can't do anything in low Earth orbit, like operate an ISS? No. No, you can do that. You can do both of those things. If you build a rocket that's good enough to be able to send people to the moon, you can build a rocket that can launch a gigantic big space station in one shot, like Skylab. You can come up with applications from this beyond low Earth orbit exploration program that could potentially lead to better low Earth orbit commercialization down the road. That's what they were trying to say. I don't understand why they can't just say what I said. Literally took me 30 seconds. This has potential, guys. It's not bad news. I'm more pissed off that they couldn't give me they couldn't give me a straight answer. You know, if you have all these people here, all these people that, you know, are supposed to be at the top of their game running NASA, they can't even answer a simple program organizational shift why you did it? What the hell? Like, come on, guys. Like, if they just said what I just said a second ago at the start, we'd be good. I actually like this idea. I'm more pissed off that they couldn't, it took me freaking 3 hours to figure out what the heck they were talking about. He didn't even get the launch date for the telescope right. He kept saying December the 17th, but it's actually scheduled to fly on the 18th. If SLS was redesigned in some way, how long would it be? We're far enough out from Artemis 2 and 3, Ryan, that it wouldn't be that big of a deal. However, whenever you change something with an operational NASA program, especially the further you get into that program, you're going to leave more of a ripple down the road. Changing things costs money. That costs money. Now, and that money can build up over time. Build up way big over time. James Webb, the telescope, is a good example. It's a good example of when you keep shifting the goal, and you keep shifting the goal, and you keep shifting the goal. Eventually, 15 years later, you're $10 billion in the hole. Man, that satellite better be able to see the damn Big Bang. That's all I gotta say. You can't, redesigning at this stage would be, we could do it, but it would be extremely costly. The closer you get, once you get past your operational readiness review in NASA contracting structure, the more your cost for changes and your cost for the program goes up exponentially, right? Think about it like this. You're building a house, okay? You build a house. You build the foundation, all right? You build out the foundation, it's good enough. Maybe we'll build the foundation and then we'll figure out how to build the house later. And then you go to build the house, right? And you build this nice big house and you realize that the house that you built is too heavy. And the foundation starts to crack. And the foundation starts sinking into the ground. It fell into the swamp. I built it anyway. Right? That's what can happen to a NASA program. Now you have to take apart the whole damn house or hire some heavy lift company to pick the whole damn thing up. Destroy the foundation and build a better one.
Discovery, go and drop.
That's disastrous for a spaceflight program. That is disastrous. That is the kind of stuff that puts space programs up on the chopping block. Would I change SLS right now? The only thing I would change is the upper stage. Get rid of that ICPS. Commit to the 1B. Commit to SLS Block 1B fully. It's a teleconference. You could have notes on likely questions and the announcements in general. It seemed like there was zero prep for this meeting. Yeah, that's why they had a bunch of prepared questions during the town hall. Gross. Changing something major design-wise for SLS for Artemis 2 is absolutely a no-go. The only thing that's in flux is the upper stage. Novus, I would not change the core stage. I wouldn't change the 5 segs. Don't change anything else. Just the upper stages. If we were going to. Sunk cost fallacy. Well, yes, sunk cost fallacy implies that your way is not a financially viable alternative to other ways. Why are you doing it? All you're doing is losing money. But you got to remember, sunk cost fallacy works if it's private funds. We're talking about public funds here.
Go and throttle up.
Okay? NASA isn't there to make profit. There's no sunk cost fallacy. By that definition, the Apollo program is a sunk cost because it killed people, remember? Apollo 1 killed 3 of our best astronauts at the time. So by that logic, the Apollo program is a sunk cost fallacy. But it was successful. That doesn't count. That doesn't work here. See what I'm talking about? Hey, Matt, what's going on? So today is certainly something. No new launch vehicles. No new launch vehicles, whatever you do. Stick to SLS. We got to stick to SLS, and we got to stick to getting the tools that SLS needs to have the dexterity to go further into space fleshed out now. Landers, better upper stages, cargo fairings, Orion, and Gateway. Flesh that stuff out now. And hopefully I think that's what they're trying to do, fellas. I think they're trying to get that done. That's what bringing Jim Free in there is all about. Basically getting the SLS program's head screwed on straight so it can go do what it needs to do. Jim will make the tools that Kathy needs to complete her objectives as a Human Exploration Operations Mission Directorate Associate Administrator. I get it. I get what they're trying to do. I understand why they're doing it. I do not like that type of deflection. Oh, maybe you should go ask the judge. Bill, it's your organization, man. Are you kidding me? Just say, look, it's an ongoing thing. I can't really comment on it right now. I can't comment on it because there might be a conflict of interest there. Simple as that. That's a pretty reasonable thing to say. Artemis is the SLS program no matter which way you look at it. You're exactly on the money. I get what they're trying to do. I actually agree with it. Could have been worse. Could have gotten Mickey free. Nice. Yeah, I get you. I get what they're trying to do. I understand. Them shifting to this type of development could be better or it could be worse in the long run. That's why Bill was unsure about that's why, Artemis 4 is a coin flip. That's what he meant. I get it. He speaks in a lot of, what did he say, colloquialisms or something? He's old school. I get it. I get it. He's, it's like not him, like all hat, no cattle. I'm not saying that Bill is all hat, no cattle. No. I get what he's trying to do. He speaks like that. He speaks figuratively. I mean, I do that too. That's fine. Am I an old man? I'm an old man, aren't I? Fell off the log. Yeah, I get it. It's an old school Southern thing, man. I get it. Can someone recap what the Apollo 8 reference is a non-answer, Jim. Somebody asked him about the importance of Artemis 2 and what it means to Artemis 4, and he said, well, remember Apollo 8? Apollo 8 was cool. All right. I get it. Guys, look. In terms, okay, you want the quick recap? In terms of operations, I don't mind this. This is a good idea. Do it. Do it. Yeah, make it happen. I'm actually okay with that. I may have overreacted in a little bit because of the terrible public relations there. But that's actually a good idea. But they weren't giving me an answer. They weren't saying why they were doing this. And then Bob Cabana came in and said, we're doing this because this is, getting us back to a constellation-style architecture and slow and steady progress in a more sustainable and regimented manner. Perfect. That's all I needed to hear, man. We're good. I do, man. I remember Apollo 8. I don't even feel like imitating Bill after that. That was, dude, come on, what are you doing? The question was, does orbiting the moon by 2024 meet the requirement to the moon mission objective? And he said, do you remember Apollo 8? Yeah, okay. What's the judge stuff? Somebody asked him about HLS, and he said, go ask the judge. I get... Bill has a little bit of southern candor in that regard, and I get it. I get it. I get it. Just... Dude, like, okay. I mean, Apollo 8 didn't meet the requirements, so... I really, 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 really didn't like the uncertainty when it came to launching certain Artemis missions. That pissed me off. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. What do I always say, guys? Deadlines. Deadlines, 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 deadlines. Dude, even if you're not sure that Artemis 1 is going to launch this year, say it's going to launch this year. Set that standard as the leader. You set that standard like what Elon does, and you get it done. Even if you don't make it, you tried, and that's what you're trying to do. I don't like this. It might be this year, it might be next. It might be a coin flip, I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That's not a way to, that's not how you should be leading. Yeah, nice. I don't like that. You have to commit to deadlines. You have to. You can't be uncertain about this. Every time dude, I've heard this. I've heard this before. Like I said, heard that before. Heard that before. SLS might launch in 2017. Maybe. I don't know. SLS might launch in 2018. It should be ready by then. I don't know. I've heard this before. Heard this record. You have to commit. You have to. And guess what? If you don't make it, take ownership of that problem. Look, we didn't make it. This is what happened. This is what happened. This is why it happened. Like what I do in mission mode. Same thing. Look, I could sit there and say it's the game, but most of the time it's me making a mistake. I know what makes the game tick and what doesn't. It's me forgetting a step. Checklist, I know. You're right. You're right. You know, if they didn't, you know, if SLS launches on January 5th or something, look, we didn't get it done by the end of the year, but we tried to the best of our dang ability. And we can be dang sure that the next time something like this pops up, we will get it done on time. Simple as that. That's all you got to do. This uncertainty's gotten NASA nowhere. Well, we might launch. Well, it's my second day. I don't know. That doesn't get NASA anywhere. And look, I know it seems like I'm overreacting. I understand. I've heard this before, man. I've been following space for a long time. What's going on with that NASA town hall? A train wreck, dude. Elro, long story short, NASA has a really good idea to how they want to structure human exploration operation, how they want to structure the Artemis program over the next 10 years. But they couldn't tell us. They couldn't articulate why it was a good idea. It actually is a good idea. I like it. Dude, how badly does that press conference have to be for me to be cheering on Eric Berger's question? How bad does it have to be? Like, dude, that was a colossal screw up. That's right, Hellfish. You have to commit to one. And you know what, dude? At this point, I don't give a crap if it's SLS. I don't care if it's SpaceX. I really don't care. We got to commit to something. Commit to something, for the love of God. Oh. Hot take. Yeah, Eric's questions are usually okay. Scary, I didn't like how he would always go after Jim, right? That really pissed me off, all right? Yeah, like Eric's questions about the green run when he was asking Jim questions about it, they were really good questions. I don't know why he just doesn't report that, but whatever. Hey, saying what the press can and can't say is not a game that I want to play. That's dumb. It's a stupid game. How soon before Kathy ends up at SpaceX? I don't think she'll end up at SpaceX. And Buck, that's the thing, man. You really want to know in hindsight, dude? I knew Eric was probably right. Eric was probably right. He's probably right that even if Jim was still there, he probably wouldn't make it in 2024. It was the commitment and date. You're absolutely correct, dude. You know, like, you're absolutely right. That's why I liked him. There was commitment and there was accountability. If Jim did something wrong, like what happened with Doug Livero, he took ownership of the problem, he fixed it, and he put Kathy in there, and boom, done. He told Doug to resign. You screwed up. You got caught. You shouldn't have done that. Bye. See you later. Kathy, you're up. You have to be a little bit on the ambitious side, Buck. We all knew that a 2024 launch, you know, committing to landing on the moon in 2024 likely meant a 2025 landing. But a 2025 landing is better than committing to 2028 landings and then actually landing in 2030. You know what I mean? It's the game that Elon plays all the time. Part of the reason why SpaceX goes so fast is because he challenges his employees. He challenges them to achieve crazy things by setting ridiculous deadlines. He's challenging them. It's like a football coach coaching a team. You want to challenge people. I get it. And also he thinks they need to go fast, but that's why he does it. You know? Does NASA have plans with Boston Dynamics? I don't know. Huh. Cool. Exactly, Ga. Yeah. Stop kicking the can down the road. That's the kind of stuff I'm worried about. But this plan seems to be okay. I don't mind what they're doing. I don't mind splitting HEOMD like that. I was worried until Bob said why they're doing it. I get it. Perfectly good that's fine. Perfectly good plan. Let's wait on the execution. $95.95. I met a past VP at Boeing and asked him about Starship. His opinion is that he thinks it's going to end up killing people because of the harsh deadlines. Even with FAA oversight, you think the FAA is going to let him put people on that thing? Without it being up to federal aviation safety standards? Get the frick out of here. I mean, I guess. I understand how he would have that opinion. But I think that opinion is rooted with thinking about Starship like the shuttle, and not thinking about it like, you know, like a 747 that can fly into space. NASA is holding a Q&A on Reddit. I don't want to see that. Can we just make a smaller version of Starship and put it on top of SLS for a second stage? T-Man, what did I tell you? Do not change SLS at this point. Changing SLS at this point, 2024, off the table. 2028, probably off the table too. Don't change anything. Get those upper stages that we already have planned ready to go. Accelerate that. Do what you're already committed to, Artemis 1, 2, and 3, and then make sure that we have a fully integrated working architecture done by then. By 2024, and then we can use that to our advantage, and then we can do an applications program or something with it. They may give more details about the changes. Well, Squall, I'll be honest with you. I knew that this was going to happen. I was reading the press this morning when I was waking up. I knew what they were going to do. They had an hour and a half town hall and then an hour-long press conference a couple hours later. In 2.5 hours, press conference and town hall. Was what I wanted to know was answered in 30 seconds. That's what I'm upset about. I'm not upset with NASA's plan. I think NASA's in good hands. I think we're good. Why do what they did? I don't understand that part. So, I mean, guys, that's pretty much where I'm at. Like, I don't mind this plan. Good plan. Yeah, not a bad way to do things. I would, yeah, that's not a bad way to do things. I would have probably waited until Artemis 1, or until the SLS got to operational status to shift plans like this. But, hey, the sooner you do it, the better off you're going to be. So, Yeah, exactly, Killer Fun. The message was just fine. I don't mind what NASA's doing. However, it's entirely dependent. So here's the thing, man. I don't mind this plan. It's good. What pisses me off, and this is what I don't like. One, the optics of that was stupid. Two, here's the thing. Look, this is a fine way of doing things. All right, this is a great way to do things, and maybe it's going to take some time to come up with some structuring. You're right. Like somebody said that. Maybe they'll come up with details in the future. That's fine. But a drastic change to how you conduct exploration operations and vehicle development at this point is a big deal. That's a big shift. You best be damn sure that you have all your bases covered. That's something that, once again, I don't mean to keep jerking his freaking chain here, but that's something that Jim did every time. He always knew what the press was going to ask, and he was able to address their questions preemptively and answer it. And then he ended up getting a bunch of questions about COVID during the presser because he answered all the space questions and they were all good answers. And then people said, oh, but what about COVID? You remember that? You see what I'm talking about? I don't mind them doing this, and I don't mind them committing to this way of doing things. What I do mind is the huge lack of accountability when it comes to the long term. Meaning that, oh yeah, we're going to do things this way. This is a better way to do things. Okay, why is it a better way to do things? Oh, well, it's because I think it's a better way to do things. Okay, why? Well, I'm pretty sure that the personnel involved are the best personnel available. Okay. All right. So, sure. All right. So if you're going to do something like this, what's the long-term goals? Where are your long-term goals? Oh, we haven't thought of that yet. What do you mean you haven't thought of that yet? Why change this if you haven't thought of that yet? Well, we have the best personnel here. That's literally how that press conference went. It's infuriating and it's gross. And it doesn't inspire much confidence in NASA. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't mind doing this way, but there was no details to this plan other than, yeah, we're changing it because we think this is a better way to do things. What? Okay. I don't like that. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, and it kills me. It kills me to talk bad about NASA. It kills me after sticking up for them for so long. It kills me to say it, dude. I really don't feel good about it. I don't feel good about what I've said today. I'm not gonna lie to you. It kills me. I really don't like doing it. I don't like bad-mouthing NASA. But seriously, what the heck, man? Like, you're forcing my hand. Like, I have to be critical of everybody. I have to judge everybody on equal footing. If SpaceX had a press conference like that, every single newspaper would grill them for months. Every single one of them. Are we going to hear anything about this in the press? Maybe, maybe not. Is NASA Today still the NASA you loved? Yeah, I guess. Of course it is. Does NASA do a public confidence poll like other organizations? I don't know, Rocket Guy. I guarantee you if they did, it would be not good today. It'd be down. Isn't it just really common to change things when leadership changes? Yes, Mercs, of course it is. And I don't have them. Once again, I don't have a problem with them changing things. Jim changed a bunch of things. I didn't have a problem with it then. I don't mind them changing things. Tell us why. You have to say why this is a better way to do things. They couldn't answer that question. I'm starting to lose faith in Nelson. Let's not. It's one press conference, Forge. And look, I didn't like that. I didn't like today. I didn't like that at all. But it's one press conference. Every other press conference, he's been good. Remember Bill in the House Oversight Committee? Dude, those politicians had all those questions. He had an answer for every single one of them. He was on his game. Maybe he's just having a bad day. I don't know. Yeah, Snap. I don't know. Just let's hold off and let's see where this takes us, you know? Hey, that's a great picture. Maybe he's got a cold or something. Yep. That was not good optics, man. That was really bad. It's a train wreck, dude. Yeah, Snap, that's right. He's been okay. Like, he's been okay up until then. Not anything particularly inspiring, but not anything bad either. So he's above suspicion. I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably just had a bad day. All right? But man, I really, 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 really didn't like that, because those kinds of press interviews that the main, like the big news outfits are going to catch. It's that's the kind of stuff they're gonna get at. That's the kind of stuff that's gonna be on big mainstream, news sites, and people are gonna see that, and they're gonna be like, "The hell," you know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, like, hey, you can't say what the press can and can't say. I'm not into that. That's stupid. But that's not good, man. I hope this plan works. I hope I'll remain optimistic, and we'll go from there. But I'm so sorry. Yeah. Excuse me, when ends stream? Oh, jeez, it's 4:15. All right, guys. So, today was a short stream. I just wanted to cover this. Get it, I probably didn't make any friends today. Bad-mouthing NASA like that. I probably didn't. We'll see. If I overreacted or I missed a piece of information, I'll be the first one to tell you. Okay? Deep Astronomy, hey, thanks for the raid. John, I have to pack, and I have to make sure all the equipment is ready to go. We have a 5:45 flight, dude. Update on your pod plane design. Let me see. Deep Astronomy, thanks for the raid. You're catching me at the end, though. Hey, that's cool, 95. Good luck, Starfighter. Don't forget to charge the batteries. That's all the stuff that I need the day to figure out. Nice to hear your thoughts, EJ. Take care. Thanks. Guys, once again, I apologize if I maybe overreacted to some things. We'll see. We'll see. I hope I did. I hope it's just me being pissy. I really do. I'll be honest with you. I hope that's what's going on. But I'll tell you, if I'm wrong in my analysis, if I'm right in my analysis, I'll let you know, okay? So, what we're going to work on here... Good luck, and don't forget about Apollo 8. But China. Safe travels. Yep. What I'm going to work on from here is getting ready for Route 154. Route 154 is a project that I've been working on for a couple of months. It basically involves me buying a vehicle, a truck, on the other side of the country, and me streaming fixing it and driving it home 3,000 miles from Los Angeles to Boston. So, if that's the kind of project you're going to be into, I swear I'll probably be a little less pissy during that project than I was today. Yeah, 95, we'll see what we can do. We're here because you're passionate. We love your reaction. They are honest and real. Thanks. Thanks, Tertoy. I appreciate that. But I still should carry myself a little more professionally. I was cursing out Bill with the mic muted. I'm not going to lie to you. I was really not happy. How vice grip of you. You're an absolute nutcase. I know, Matt. Hey, wait a minute. You drive all over the country. Shut up. Shut up. Don't give me that crap. Are there any known issues with the truck? The hood doesn't open? We still get Twitch updates during the voyage. Yeah, we'll do space news, so we'll go from there. Sorry for being a negative Nancy today. I apologize. I'm usually better in my analysis than that, but dude, that was pissing me off, man. Oh, jeez. I gotta be more professional than that. You know? Wait, what happened? What did you miss? Watch NASA's town hall from today, Evil Rays. And if you think I overreacted, you tell me. Oh my gosh. Here. Let's look at pit stains. Let's look at Leo's what Leo posted. Take a look at this, dudes. Dum 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 dum. Man, these are angles of Dragon that we don't usually get to see.
Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
Exclamation is warranted. Oh, that just made my day better. My day is better. I'm good. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's good. Huh. Okay. My question is, they were up there for a few days. How did they do their business in private? There's a toilet next to the side egress hatch, hammer nails, and it has a privacy curtain. Yeah, like a shower curtain that just so. Well, that was a good way to end the stream. Anyway, guys,
go at throttle up.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully 3,000 miles that way. We'll see where this takes us. Wish me luck. Hold your fire. No life forms on board. Good reference. Sci-fi. Got a 12-monther. Anyway, let's see who we can raid, dudes. And we'll go from there. I'll try my best to do Twitter updates, even though I'm inept when it comes to social media. Good luck. Thank you. Let's go and see who's out and about. Brimo, give me the link. Double check you got jumper cables packed. I'll buy them when I get there. Shenrir, dude, because of time zones, I almost never get to raid Shenrir. That never happens. Because I usually stop at the butt crack of dawn. So let's do something a little bit different and go see what Shenrir's up to. I think he's playing Timberborn. I'm not familiar with this. Let's go see what Shen is up to, and we'll go from there. I never get to raid that guy. He always raids me, and I always feel bad about it. But the tables have turned. Go give Shenrir some love, and I'll talk to you guys hopefully tomorrow. We'll see where it takes us. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.